safe, or mymoneymyway.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-1997. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer.
Has anyone done
End
that?
your tax nightmare today
by
visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-616-1997. That's 800-616-1997. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's Dave Logan. Since 2009, Team Dave Logan has been your trusted home improvement go-to, helping turn your indoor and outdoor dreams into reality. Whether it's a cozy interior update, a full-on remodel, or new energy-efficient windows and doors, our screened and trusted contractors have you covered. At TDL, we ensure every company in our roster meets the highest standards. Homeowners, find top home improvement pros. Contractors, join a trusted network. Don't wait for summer. Visit TeamDaveLogan.com today, where your trusted home pro awaits.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
We've got some good sunshine today. Temperatures warming into the low 80s. A few afternoon clouds, and the weekend looking even nicer with temps in the upper 70s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Travis Michaels.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Cheers at the UN as dozens of nations walk out on Israel's prime minister.
Order in hall.
Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to fight in Gaza until Hamas is gone and slammed the nations that now recognize a Palestinian state.
Giving the Palestinians a state 1 mile from Jerusalem after October 7th is like giving Al-Qaeda a state 1 mile from New York City after September 11th.
President Trump today says the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey is not about political retribution.
Yes,
the former FBI director was charged with 2 felony counts of making false statements and obstructing a congressional inquiry.
The president was asked who was next on his list, and while he said there wasn't a list, he thinks there will be more indictments of who he called, quote, corrupt radical left Democrats.
ABC's Karen Travers. Trump will be at Bethpage Black Golf Course on Long Island today, not to play, but to watch the Ryder Cup. The big names are all there. This is ABC News. Word today, Grand Canyon National Park's North Rim, shut down by fire, will partially reopen Wednesday. We have a new hurricane, Umberto, now a Category 1, not on track to make landfall, but a developing tropical wave is likely to become a tropical depression today and could be a hurricane, could swipe the Carolinas sometime midweek next week. The gathering storm coming as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth convenes America's military brass.
Hundreds of admirals and generals are leaving their posts from airfields, at sea, and at tactical headquarters around the world. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth summoning all U.S. general officers and admirals in command positions and senior enlisted leaders to a meeting at the U.S. Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia. But even those told to attend the meeting do not know what prompted Hegseth's call and what will be discussed.
That's Martha Raddatz. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that 4-year college degree we typically look for.
Right.
But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Thanks.
You've been an important asset to the team, but I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely.
Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know.
Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
One person has died after an officer-involved shooting in Federal Heights. Police Department Commander Jason Schlenker says they were called to the area of West 90th Avenue and North Federal Boulevard yesterday afternoon to investigate a domestic disturbance.
When they arrived and tried to disrupt the assault, my officers were fired upon and the suspect rammed our vehicle.
Gunshots were exchanged. 2 people inside the suspect vehicle were taken to the hospital. 1 person died from their injuries. A Federal Heights police officer also received minor injuries. Denver's Parks and Recreation Department is planning to cut about $11 million from its 2026 budget. The department made its budget presentation to the City Council yesterday. Some of the savings will come from consolidation, though programs like Kid Watch and Emerald Ash Borer treatment will also be affected. Rec center hours will not be affected by the cuts. The city government has asked every department to make reductions to close a $200 million budget gap. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Here's a look at the road across the metro area. Southbound I-25 is closed at Meade, causing delays in both directions. There is an accident involving a motorcycle at Wadsworth and Bellevue. That accident on westbound I-76 after Federal has cleared. A little bit of slowing still in that area. And eastbound I-70 is backed up from Tower Road to E470 due to construction. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbonis.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. We sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Beginning Thursday.
Jelly Roll!
Hi, this is Ed Sheeran.
Brian Adams.
Make some noise for Tate McRae.
Hey, I'm Sammy Hagar.
Mariah Carey.
We have Room 5. Good evening.
Hey, this is John Fogerty.
And so much more.
See it all at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday.
Medicare's annual enrollment period is from October 15th to December 7th, and next year has some big changes, including cuts to plan coverage, carrier exits, and more. Your plan might change a lot or even be discontinued, so it's critical that you get in touch with Integrity Health Advisors who will sit down with you for a personalized, no-cost plan review. Please don't wait until it's too late. Call Integrity Health Advisors today to schedule your review before December. Get started at integrityhealthadvisors.com.
It's Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4, we'll do a deep dive into the indictment of James Comey, the evidence behind the indictments, and indictments that may be coming next. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Need I say more than this? This is the only show in the world to solve problems. Really. You know, you don't just call and bitch about things. You call and we try to get on them and change them if we can, or prevent other people from having the same problems. If you're streaming the show, you see in my video, I have a big man to my right, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech. And we'll be talking about cars today, Friday's car day, but that's not all we talk about. Anything you call about, we talk about. But we do primarily put a message on cars And today I want to talk about cars and people buying cars and how they buy cars. And Kevin is here to talk about any problems you might have with your car and service and all of that. He's on SheridanAutotech.com on Wadsworth, on Colfax, west of Wadsworth, I should say.
Yep.
Let me just say, I had a rant on the state of retail, and I've had some people agree with me and some people disagree with me. I said basically, retail is in trouble. Retail is in trouble because you can go to Amazon or Walmart and some other select online stores, but Amazon really encompasses everything. But you can go online and get almost anything you need delivered to your door the next day. And I did. I went yesterday for some supplements. I'm starting a new regimen. And what I did was order the supplements. They were here in the morning at 8 in the morning. I ordered them 5 o'clock last night.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Now, when I go to Whole Foods, they don't have what I want there. When I go to Vitamin Cottage, they don't have what I have. They don't always have what you want, and they're more expensive. Now, that's just one example. I can give you literally hundreds of examples where I've been disappointed by retailers, and now the thought of getting in my car, going to a retailer, parking, making my way inside, trying to find someone who knows what the hell they're talking about, or trying to find the inventory, getting the product, taking it to the cashier. I mean, if they do have the product, I don't know. And the same with supermarket shopping. I'll venture to say that we are in a new era where we're not going to see retail stores much longer. I don't see how they can survive. So I'd like to take your temperature on retail. Now, some people say, I want to buy clothes retail. And I understand that. You want to try them on, see how they fit and all that. I suggest that there will be places where you can try things on and then order them online and have them delivered. It's getting to be too expensive to try to inventory everything consumers want. You can't compete with Amazon. You can't compete with all of these other retailers online. So instead of trying to compete, you can do the same thing, but offer them a tactile experience. So, for example, picture a clothing store that has a number of different sizes and styles, and when you see what you want, it's delivered to your home the next day. How about that? I mean, do you think it's that important for retail to have stuff immediately available? I think with hardware and a few household items, I just don't know where the economy is going, but I know this: retail is dying. If you have a retail store, it better be very, very special. So people said I was very selfish for this. Some of the negative comments I got, very selfish, that I would go online and cost people their jobs. I'm just doing what's convenient to me. Why not? It's cheap, it's convenient, it's delivered. Why would I do anything else? The same with getting food. I mean, you can have food delivered, you can have retail delivered. Now let's go to the art of buying cars. This is where things are getting crazy. I want to excuse myself. I have sniffles today. And so listen, here's
Today?
Yeah, okay, thank you. But, okay, if you must know, since I've had chemo and went through a year of chemo and surgery and all that, it has left me with a chronic cold type thing they say will go away eventually. But some days it's worse than others. So that's what I'm dealing with, so deal with it. I'm alive. I fought off cancer, and I'm not going to apologize too much for having the sniffles, but that's what I have. So in any case, it's a terrible state of affairs for cars right now. I don't know what would be a clean way to buy cars? You know, the Carvana, that gimmick, that vending machine.
Yeah.
That's stupid. That's just
people get a kick out of it, though.
Yeah, but it's stupid.
It is.
There's really no. I mean, when you go to Carvana, do you go to take a test drive or do you go to buy the car?
You know, a lot of them, you don't even see the car. You're buying it sight unseen with a 10-day return policy and things like that. So they're shipping cars all over the country.
I think Tesla has one of the greatest car buying experiences. You know, you just go to a showroom, you pick what you want, you order it, you have it. Or if they have the inventory, you buy it. It's direct from the manufacturer. You don't have any dealer games. Used cars now. This year, the two top complaint getters, used cars and contractors. Those are the two.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the worst when it comes to contractors. You're going to have to assume, and I mean this, you're going to have to assume that when you go to hire a contractor, you cannot trust them. Do not pay contractors up front. I don't care who they are. I will never pay a down payment unless it's for something. I won't pay a down payment for them to go out shopping. I just won't do it. No down payments. No money up front. Too many contractors are liars, cheaters, and thieves. They don't even intend to be in all cases. They just don't know how to manage money. So that money you're paying them probably is paying for a previous job or previous supplies they bought. They don't know how to use money. According to the Contractors Trust Act, which means nothing in Colorado, we have a trust act. They're supposed to take the money and put it in trust for a job. Really, if I gave him 10 grand and Kevin gave him 10 grand, those are supposed to be two separate accounts, or at least if they're in the same account, they have to be demised or delineated per job. They cannot be used for regular day-to-day stuff. But I'm going to tell you, contractors take money up front mostly because they're broke, because they spent the previous money they took up front already, and they have to finish that job. And sometimes they have to finish jobs 2 or 3 jobs before you, and that's why they want money up front. Now, I say, if you're going to do work on my place and you need money up front, I'll dole out the money. Materials, plans. I don't want you holding the money. I'm sorry, I don't. And you know, if this costs me every retailer I have or every contractor I have on the referral list, so be it. I am so goddamn tired of lying, cheating, scum-sucking pigs who take money from consumers. I am tired of them. Now, I don't think we have to worry about that on the referral list. I mean, you know, something can befall them that's not their fault. But I know my contractors. They're wonderful people. And if you can trust anyone, you can trust them. But still, you shouldn't give them money either for nothing. Not for nothing. It's got to be for something, whether it's plans, estimates, pay for an estimate, plans, materials delivered, or work begins. But the notion of just paying money, like these roofers, what nerve they have to come out to your house, they look at your roof, they give you an estimate, or even worse, they say, "I will do whatever your insurance company wants." That's the first roofer you throw out. You throw them out. You never want a roofer who says, "I'll do whatever the insurance company wants." Ever, because the insurance company doesn't want what's best for you. So if they say, "We'll pay for whatever the insurance company covers," throw them out. You want a roofer that's going to give you a complete and thorough and a detailed estimate. No per insurance. Throw them out. Now you get this detailed contract. 1, no penalty clauses. 2, no money down. If they want money down, don't use them. It's that simple. If you have a roofer who wants your first check or wants money down to put you on the schedule, don't use them. I don't care who, don't use them. When materials are delivered, it's okay to pay something. When work begins, it's okay to pay something. As work progresses, it's okay to pay something. But we have to do something to protect consumers. I don't know. We just have to. This money down and money being used is becoming an epidemic. An epidemic. The next one, used cars. People, I am almost ready not to take phone calls from people who buy a used car with 150,000 miles on it and they never get it checked, and they're surprised when they have a problem. With a used car, you must assume the car is a piece of junk until you get it checked out. You can't buy a used car without getting it checked out. If a car dealer will not let you completely and thoroughly check the car out, do not buy it. I don't care who you're dealing with. Don't buy the car. Now, you would think it would get tiring me talking about the same stuff over and over. I've been doing this show, listen, for 45 years, and nothing has changed. Nothing. You have a bunch of YouTube morons who listen. They're smart. Then you have the biggest collection of retards I've ever seen in my life on Nextdoor. These are neighbors giving neighbors advice. Take Facebook and Nextdoor, add up the IQs, and you may get an IQ of 25 or 30. I mean, these people are the stupidest people that ever walked the face of the earth. Now, I don't think they're all individually that stupid, but somehow when they get on that Nextdoor forum, the advice, have you ever read it, Kevin?
It's
have you
amazing.
ever read the advice they give?
Mm-hmm. And the recommendations and everything. Yeah, it's challenging.
So I go on there and warn people of scams.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think people would be grateful for that? I stopped doing it. When I went on Nextdoor and I'd warn people of scams, here's what I would get as a return. Here's my replies. Oh, you're exaggerating.
Mm-hmm.
That never happens. I'm a contractor. No one ever does that. I'm a mover. No one ever does that. I'm a plumber. No one ever does that. Or I've hired so-and-so 50 times and I don't believe in the way you're giving recommendations. Or Tom Martino, you don't know anything. You know what? What's amazing to me is I don't care. I'm going to use the word retard because I'm not talking about developmentally disabled people. I'm talking about Nextdoor. You're retards. You're all retards when it comes to consumer things. And it's the blind leading the blind. Next to that, Facebook, the blind leading the blind. If you want some quality information, then you need to listen to this show. I swear to God. I mean, I even watch our local TV reporters, and they do a pretty good job of reporting consumer scams, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'll give you an example coming back. This was on Channel 7, and it wasn't inaccurate, by the way. Channel 7 was not inaccurate, but they did not add texture and depth to their story. And it's a dumb, stupid story without that. I'll talk about it coming back. I'm Tom Martino.
Okay.
Honest to God, I sometimes I just don't even know what's going on.
It's true.
And that's right. That's right.
Golly, Tom, show us on the doll where you were touched. What's going on?
What's the matter?
Are you okay?
No,
Who hurt you?
I'm actually
Who
not.
hurt
If
you, bro?
If you want to know the truth, I'm actually not okay.
Oh. Poor guy.
I'm going through some hellacious radiation right now.
Well, somebody put a sandwich in his lap to heat up. I need something bad to happen to me so I can whine about it. God damn it.
I got a weak stream
Mm-hmm.
in my backyard.
Do you have a fountain in the backyard?
A weak stream.
Above ground pool.
I got a weak stream.
A weak stream runs through it. Your autobiography.
I just have a weak stream.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like business owner Brian.
Yeah, Galaxy was great. We have a business where a lot of the service techs are working out in the field, and they'll come in with even some mud or something on their shoes. So if we're having a meeting, I needed a flooring that could stand up to that, but still look good as an office setting.
Well, if you're in a home or a business, Galaxy Concrete Coatings got you covered.
Galaxy was great to work around our schedule. They were able to come in on a Saturday, and the job was completed over the weekend, and we were back in business, so we didn't miss a step.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
It's very nice looking. It's very durable. It makes the room stand out and shine.
Well, we miss you, Kevin. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun there.
What are you talking about?
What? Did I mumble?
Shut up.
Hey,
Shannon just wants somebody to play with.
Shut up. The
morning,
phone's
Tom
ringing.
Martino
It
Show.
could be a job. Hang on. No.
Okay. What is your name?
Ooh.
All right, James, hang on, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
Like right next. Like right next. Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino along with Kitty Princess.
What?
Here comes Princess. Come on, Princess. You got to make an appearance for Kelly.
Yes.
She's looking for Dimitri. She loves Dimitri. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come here. Come here, kitty.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast. We've got some good sunshine today. Temperatures warming into the low 80s. A few afternoon clouds in the weekend. Looking
Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Hi, kitty. Come here, kitty. She wants to be on mic. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Come here. Come here, kitty. Come here. Come over. Come over. There, say hi to Kelly. Come here. Say hi to Kelly. Kelly, she's saying hi to you.
No. This is so cute.
Don't walk on my keyboard, my goodness. You're gonna press
Take us off
buttons.
the air.
At khow.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I'm going to read the article from Channel 7 coming up and tell you the flaws in the story. Now, when I say flaws, it's not inaccurate, not dishonest. It just is incomplete. And I believe journalists do a disservice when they report things that are incomplete. I'm serious. This is a really, really good example of journalism that went halfway. And that's Channel 7, KMGH. Look, I think our local news all around Denver, I think they do a pretty good job. I really do. I think though in some areas they actually don't educate their listener, and so they don't do it on purpose in order for their story to have more impact. I'll explain that to you. You'll understand what I mean in a minute here. And if I was at Channel 7 right now, I'd call my assignment editor or my news director or assistant news director or executive producer, and I'd listen. It's not like I come to the party with no experience. I've been in local TV news for 32 years. Then I retired from that. I've been in local radio for 50 years, 45 years. I've been in journalism in general for 50 years. And I'm not some old fart curmudgeon who says, oh, these kids don't know anything. No. I acknowledge we have some really good reporters. I really mean, I like Steve Sager. I like him. He's a consumer reporter, good guy. He does a good job. But I want to point out to you a story. This is really, really important that I bring out the story that they did and why it's incomplete and how local news can be improved if you care. First, James has an issue with an HOA. James, what is on your mind today? How can we help you?
So, long story short, I live in a community up in Erie, Colorado, Blue Sky. It's in Vista Ridge, and there's an HOA involved.
Okay, is the name of the subdivision Vista Ridge or Blue Sky?
It's in Vista Ridge. It's part of Vista Ridge.
Okay,
but Blue Sky is the name of the. There's a couple different sections in Vista Ridge. This is one of them, basically.
I gotcha. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
No, you're fine. And so there was a leak that had affected a unit that was below my unit back in December. And so I got a phone call saying, hey, we need to get into your unit and, make sure the leak is not coming from your unit because it was coming from the ceiling in the unit below. And
how many units in your particular building?
I think there's 8 to 12.
Okay. And
this is a second floor unit, and it was affecting the first floor.
Okay, so you are which one? Are you the second floor?
I am the second floor, yes, sir.
And they wanted to see where the leak was coming from. Okay, sounds good. What else?
And so I talked to the contractor, and I said, that's great. Once you guys do a leak test and determine it was in my unit, because they had spoke about wanting to open up the walls.
Yeah.
And I said, I have no problem with that as long as you do a leak test and confirm it's coming from my apartment, because obviously I don't want you to cut open my walls.
Right.
If you figure out it's just a leaky pipe below the floor.
Yeah, exactly. So far, that sounds pretty reasonable to me. Like, don't just willy-nilly go digging into walls.
Exactly. And so they waited 6 months to do anything.
Wait a minute. During this 6 months, you had a leak or somebody had a leak for the whole 6 months?
Yes, sir. 100%.
Wait a minute. They knew of a leak and they waited 6 months.
I have an email from the manager of at Advanced HOA who manages
Why did they wait?
Community.
Why did they wait 6 months?
I couldn't tell you. There was no.
Okay, let's get right to it. After 6 months, what did they do?
So they finally hired a contractor, ASR is the name of the contractor, to come in. And they determined that the leak was coming from my apartment. So then we went through about 2 weeks worth of repairs. Okay.
And where in your apartment was it coming from, if you don't mind telling me, like where specifically?
Well, so that's where the gray area is. It's a pipe that was going down the wall, which I've been told by, contractors that it's a vent pipe. So I'm suspecting that there was something done. There's pictures, and I have pictures, and, I documented the whole event. And they're saying that there was I've been told by another contractor that it was a vent pipe, but they're saying it was a drain pipe.
Did they say it was coming from your apartment or it was leaking from your apartment? There's a big difference.
Leaking from this pipe in the wall that had no water damage, There was no water damage in my apartment.
Okay.
But then they opened up the wall and basically said that there was a little bit of mold, which they mitigated, and there was a leaky pipe, and that was the source of the repair.
And they fixed it.
Or the source of the leak, I should say. They did fix it. I let them in the unit, over and over again for 2 weeks until
Got
it
it.
was fixed. It was,
So now what's going on, bro? What's going on now?
So now the problem is they're saying that I broke, HOA regulations because I wouldn't let them in the unit alone because I felt like something shady was going on. And there was a period of time that was over 48 hours where they weren't able to enter the apartment to keep working on the repair. So now, 2 months later, after the repair's been complete, they're saying that I am now responsible for the repair downstairs and the repair upstairs. And they put a bill in my HOA.
Yeah,
that's
and I
due
get
on
it,
the
James.
1st of October.
James, I'm going to tell you they're on solid footing, except there's a way to fight it. But I think I think you erred here, but I think I can give you some ammunition. Hang on, okay? And then, Glenda, you hang on, too. This is really important. By the way, water is primary, okay? You look at, after my fight of cancer, I looked at my supplementation, my food. My doctors say water is the primary nutrient, not really a nutrient, but primary in your life. And if you don't have good water going into your body, it literally can cause serious problems. We don't even know what the microplastics and forever chemicals can do. I am a firm believer that every home should at least have reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink for drinking water for you and your kids, and bottles and formulas. You can get it cheaper and better than anywhere else with waterpros.net. That's it. $1,200. You cannot beat that. That is an investment in your health. You'll never have to buy bottled water again, which, by the way, also has plastic. So you see what I'm saying? Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Yep.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
Major accident closing down southbound I-25 between the Meade County Road 34 and Colorado 66 exits. Traffic is stopped from Berthoud with almost a 2-hour delay. It's also impacting northbound I-25 in the same area. There is an accident blocking the center lane on southbound I-25 at 20th and a 3-car crash on southbound Parker Road between Quincy and Bellevue, blocking all right lanes. With traffic, I'm Vida Urbonis.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
No matter how hard I try to warn people not to drink and drive, there is a percentage of people listening right now that will get popped for DUIs. Whether falsely accused, you're right on the limit, maybe you didn't take the blood test or breathalyzer, whatever it is. Don't ever try to represent yourself. Don't go shopping for an attorney last minute. We are getting into a season now, whether you like it or not, where there's a tick up in DUIs. I say don't drink and drive. But when you are in trouble, Joe Lazaro will do a free initial consultation always, and then he'll give you a flat rate price for representing you in your case. 303-429-6200. Put down the name, L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A, Joe Lazaro. I hope you never need him. 303-429-6200. Now I'm going to give you another number I want you to use. You can call right now and get a price on your countertops. Why does Mitch Floria freely give prices on the phone? Because it's not magic, people. It's square footage and material, whether natural stone or man-made material. He knows what it costs to do the countertops. So call and get your price. Yeah, it's that easy. No one else will do that for you. When you do get your price, if you like it, he'll come out and template and measure. And then 3 or 4 weeks after that, voila, you got new counters. 303-386-5919. Tear out, haul away, and clean up is always included free of charge. 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Fabulous.
How much time, sir?
3.5.
Oh, just at that, not enough time to, never mind.
Well, Have Kevin bring in one of those creepers that you can like slide around on the.
I like
Those are
that.
awesome.
You know what I have to
Yeah.
do? I need to put a urinal under the desk here so I can go while I'm on the air.
Dude, why do you think I have an empty Gatorade bottle in here?
Hey, have you ever been desperate in your car and peed in something?
Well, not desperate.
You're disgusting. I'm going to make an
What?
admission right here and right now.
Yeah.
I one time, never mind.
One time.
Yeah, one time. One time in my life, I lost it. I didn't have anything to pee in.
Okay.
I was in the middle of traffic. Well, you can't get out in the middle of traffic and pee.
Sure.
I'm going to be honest with you. Thank God I had sweatpants on because they absorbed a lot of it. And they were dark sweatpants, so no one knew. So what I had to do is get home, shed the sweatpants in the garage, clean myself off, and it was just pee. But I'm going to tell you the truth. It really happened.
Oh my gosh!
I could not hold it no matter what I did. I couldn't. And I was in traffic on Colorado Boulevard. Could you imagine if I would have stopped, got out of my car, and started peeing on the side of my car? Come on. That happened to me once, and I'm admitting it. Now, in all my years of flying, it has never happened. I always carry a bottle in there in case I need it, but I hardly ever used it, ever. But I will say this, I have landed my helicopter out in the middle of nowhere, so I could, you know what?
You can't just do some cloud seeding?
No, it was the other one.
Oh, gotcha.
And that would have been, very uncomfortable for people in my helicopter with me.
Sure.
So I landed in a field.
Okay, what was your first name? Dilo?
That's the good thing about a helicopter. You can almost always find a place to go.
Not very clear. I don't know.
Almost always. Hey, my morons, I will not forget about this Channel 7 story.
Not ever go on speakerphone on the radio. We're not going to be, our phone system is not set up like that. Okay, so you wanted to talk to him about what? Comment on him. Okay. All right, hang on.
I've never done cow tipping, Hellcat. That sounds to me like bullshit and inhumane.
Well.
And by the
Just
way,
knocking them over.
is it true? Can you tip them?
Apparently.
Like when they're standing up, and then you push them. Well, if you did that for a horse would wake up immediately.
Yep. Cows wake up, and sometimes you get them pissed off enough, you're running. That's a kid thing.
That's tear.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. The show within the show. That's what I call it if you're watching on YouTube. By the way, I'm going back to this other problem here. James and his condo thing. Is he still there? I don't see him. Did he hang up?
James is gone. He had to go.
Well, I had some really information. Okay, I'm going to give the information anyway. Okay, because this happens to a lot of people. Okay, you have to give unfettered access to your unit when the HOA determines it's an urgent repair. Anything that happens after that, anything you're responsible for, not the original problem, but the additional damage. They do have a right to pop you for any additional damage. So, James, if you're listening, they can't get you for the whole problem. But at which point they said they needed access, if you hindered them in any way, I don't care what your excuse is, it doesn't matter. They have a key and you could have said yes. Okay, you could have. Now, I know you're going to have a million reasons why you didn't want to. Something screwy going on, right? As they say. But here's the problem, is you can't deny them. You can't. And it's up to them to determine when it is okay to do it. It's not up to you. It's up to them. So when you deny coverage, they're allowed to take the damage that happened after that. And then they're allowed to charge you for any subsequent damages. You're never going to win the fight. I'm telling you that. We've seen this over and over again. Now, we have a comment on Amazon from Bill. Bill, what is your comment?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, listen, I agree with you 100%. I got tired of going to the store, and they go, well, we could have it here in 2 days, this stuff and that stuff. And so I just started buying the stuff on Amazon.
Think about that, Bill. Think about that. You're at a store, and they say to you, well, we can order that. I mean, it is so moronic. I can't believe it. Why would you even tell someone that? Everybody in the world can order it on their own.
Right. And then I think it's been about 10 years ago, I bought $2,000 worth of Amazon stock. I'm looking at my account now. It's $63,000.
How much did you spend for it?
$2,000.
$2,000?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's pretty cool. Okay, Bill.
It's just ridiculous. Like, especially for my wife with her work clothes. Well, we can get it here in a couple of days or whatever.
Bill, may I mention something? I recognize voices, and of course, I recognize you from a long time ago. And I'm going to make an observation. I have no idea where it's coming from, but you sound, for some reason, younger and healthier than you used to sound on the radio. Does that make sense to you? Now, I'm not trying to be like some soothsayer here or some psychic radio, but something in you changed. I mean that, Bill.
Well, I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like you said, I take a million supplements and pills.
Yeah, but were you, let me ask you this. Were you last year, let's say, were you under the weather for something? Did something change for the better?
I got my medical problems that, if I wonder sometimes if I didn't have insurance, if I would even have those problems.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when they see you have insurance. Like, Doc, the doctor says you have 6 months to live, and you say, oh, but my insurance coverage runs out in 3 months. He says, okay, I'll give you 3 months to live. Anyway, the other way around. You're going to die in 3 months. Oh, I have insurance coverage for 6 months. Okay, you can have 6 months. Speaking of that, Glenda wants to talk about medical bills. That was a failed attempt at a joke, so please forgive me. And thanks, Shannon, for not beeping me. See, I've given Shannon the authority to bleep me when he thinks I'm not going anywhere. Go ahead, Glenda. What's going on with you?
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Glenda.
I have a question.
Yeah.
My daughter's insurance company is not paying her hospital bill. They say they've run out of funds.
Wait a minute.
When they get the funds.
Your insurance company said we ran out of funds?
Yeah, my daughter's. She got insurance through her work, and it's on her card. It's called Corporate Plan Management.
Oh, wait a minute. Are they self-insured, Glenda?
Correct, I believe, yes.
Wait a minute. I gotta get Integra on to talk about this. Plus, we have open enrollment starting soon. I want to get them on. I want them to weigh in on these corporate plans. I thought to be self-insured, there had to be a certain amount of money put up, and then you had to have an independent plan administrator. Explain to me what her health problem is.
Well, she had knee surgery in October. And on her card, it's through Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce is what's on the card also. And that's the telephone number and a email they gave me after I spoke to
I want to Google it, man. I want to Google it. What is the actual name of it? The plan?
There's the card says corporate CPM, corporate plan management, and up in the left-hand corner,
CPM, corporate
says,
plan management. Okay, and it's how does it work? Tell me how it works normally. She submits her bills like any insurance, and they pay it.
Correct. And they paid her physical therapy. That was paid. And she's been in contact with the hospital up in Greeley and saying that,
what you said there was something else that was on there, something with the Chamber of Commerce. What was that?
Yeah, that's who I guess has it. I talked to
what chamber of commerce?
Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce.
Southwest Kansas. Okay. And is this through her employer? Through her employer?
Yes. Correct.
And does she work for the Chamber of Commerce?
No, she works for this doctor who has the insurance, who had it. They've since given it up since January, and she's with someone else now, but she's still trying to get this bill.
And how much is the bill?
And the hospital sent her a bill, $52,000 that's not paid, and the hospital sent her a letter or called her and said that they were sending her to collections.
Oh, they're never going to get anything. They're never going to get anything. Medical bills don't even hardly affect your credit, even though they put them on your credit. People give you a pass for those. From what I can find on their website, Southwest Kansas Chamber Alliance for Health and Wellness, they actually put together a plan called CPM Inc. And it says that they're a plan administrator, but I just don't understand what they do.
There's also on that card, it's called Six Degree Health. So I don't know if that's the company that CPM got them. But anyway, I did call this and talk to a person yesterday with this corporate plan management, and she said that my daughter was correct, that the Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce has run out of funds. They are trying to get funds to pay these bills. One of the doctors that my daughter works for also said, "Hey, I'm not paying. He had surgery and they weren't paying his either."
This is it's a self-insurance plan that was formed during Obamacare when everyone had to have it, and they allowed people to have it. So hold on a second. I want to get one of our experts on from Integra Insurance to talk about this. All right? I'm Tom Martino.
Thank you. You can go potty.
Nothing here? Right.
Nothing here. So feel free to use the actual facility.
How much time do I have?
6 minutes.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Well,
you can go twice.
Okay. I'm going to turn your mic on so you can talk to them.
Cool. If you want.
Kevin, do you want anything, bro?
No, I'm good, man.
Kev, it's good to have you, man.
Whatever you like. Or it was okay. It was too much. I mean, whatever you want. I'm easy. Or if you're not even hungry, doesn't matter. Okay. All right, you pick. He said, just don't push any buttons. So which button should I not push?
There's almost nothing on your end that would affect anything.
I can find something, I'm sure.
Go ahead. Let's see, what's this one?
What do you look for in an auto repair facility? Use your own money to lower the principal. How many of us have gotten into a HELOC and then found out the bank is charging us interest to borrow our own money in order to pay bills or things?
Otherwise, Kev, how you doing?
Oh, we're just going, kicking and bitching.
Yeah.
Just happy it's Friday.
It is kind of nice, isn't it?
Yep. Weather's nice. Go do something this weekend.
I have Sunday off, a rare day off because the Broncos play on Monday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll see you this weekend. They home?
Yep, but an 8:15, 8:25-ish start on Saturday night.
Why do they keep doing that? That is so late.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But who are we playing? Oh, BYU.
BYU, so they're going to get their butt kicked probably.
Yep. I don't mind losing. I just hate that it takes so long. Yeah, I won't be done doing stuff until like 5 a.m.
Yeah, that gets silly.
That's what happened last week. Finally got to bed about 5.
Wow. You just sleep in the Scooby van out there, or you go home?
Most of the time, I will stay in the booth at Folsom because that's where I'll go tonight.
Okay.
I'll go there tonight, do some setup, and then just hang out and eat. And my thing right now is, do you remember the very vile spy cartoon Archer?
Oh, yeah.
I'm binge watching Archer right now, which is really cheering me up.
I was going to say that could really...
Oh, God, it's just awful. Awful.
It's so bad, it's funny.
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to eat like 5 Stouffer's meals and watch Archer all night.
Well, you know how to live.
Well, it's nice. I have a master key to a $180 million hotel room.
Nice.
I am utterly alone in the building. There's a few security around that know I'm there, but yeah, I have the place to myself tonight. Now I'll wake up at like noon tomorrow and start working on getting stuff ready for a 6 p.m. broadcast.
Okay. They haven't figured out where the kitchen is, though, huh?
I am my own kitchen.
Well, I know. They're Stouffer's. I was wondering if you get to the, the alumni food.
No,
prime.
well, I've gotten a hold of some popcorn before, but there's really nothing good on our side of the building, which is fine.
Yep.
Okay,
brother.
Take care of my own.
Nobody takes care of nobody.
Yep. There's a fridge in the booth, and then I put in a microwave in one of the other booths.
What is he talking about?
Camping out at Folsom Field.
I'll be sleeping in the booth tonight.
In between games. In between setup and the game.
It's nice.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
I have nothing from Integra. It's going straight to voicemail for John, and he hasn't answered.
How about both Johns?
So, Senior, I called the home phone, and it just keeps ringing. So.
Welfare check.
And he doesn't check his cell.
He knows how to live.
Usually what happens is John Jr. will get my texts or my calls. He'll call his dad, and then his dad will call in. But that hasn't happened yet. So I don't know if you just want to get Glenda's number, and I'll try to reschedule something on Monday.
Yeah, we need better than that, actually. We need to figure out. There are multiple numbers for them.
Well, I only have the 2.
Okay, the 2 that you have are what? John Jr.'s number and the main number? Did you call the main Integra number?
Oh, I haven't yet.
Why don't we just call the main number? They got to answer. They're going into open enrollment.
That's what I call my dating app near Valentine's.
Open enrollment.
Yeah. Let's see who doesn't have a date. Swipe right, swipe right. Oh, here we go.
With Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome. Okay, we are trying to get an answer on this medical coverage. Glenda, there will be, this is weird. The self-insured program is hard to understand going to their website and just reading in between breaks, but we're working on getting one of our experts on. So we're going to have to call you back, but we're working on that diligently to get an expert on, and they really are experts. Also, there is a little known kind of battle you can do with medical bills in bad faith. But I'm not sure how it works with self-insured entities. Back when Obama mandated that everyone have insurance, there were two kinds of weird insurances they allowed. One was the Christian share, and I call it Christian share, but it could have been any kind of faith-based plan where people shared. Then there was another one, which was self-insurance, self-administered through the companies, but there were very strict guidelines. Now, those guidelines right now under Obamacare were lifted, so I don't know what happens now to plans that were mandated under Obama, but Obama no longer has those mandates. So I don't know what happens if you're mistreated by one of those plans. We need to explore that. And Michelle, you have a question on movers, and I'm going to tell you something right now. This is an important call I will take because ripoffs, if I had to make a list of ripoffs, it would be in the top 10. And I am right now coming up with a list of my top 10 complaints, and one of them definitely would be moving. Here's the problem. The moving industry is mostly liars, cheaters, and ripoffs. Usually it's the other way around. But the moving industry is not mostly good people with a few bad. It's mostly bad people with a few good. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Done. Sounds like you know what you're doing, man. That's good.
Hometown partners of the Broncos. Go to fixmyhome.com. Click book now.
When you get your Redbird Farms chicken from the King Soopers or City Market Butcher Counter, you're getting more than the taste of real chicken. You're supporting local business. Whether you're whipping up a quick meal for one or preparing a feast for the whole family, you're putting local Colorado flavor on the table. Take your pick from hand-selected chicken breasts, wings, and thighs. Redbird Farms chicken, available fresh, frozen, and at the butcher counter at King Soopers and City Market. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen.
Hi, John. This is Kelly over at the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show, and we're trying to get somebody on from Integra to talk with one of our callers regarding some medical bills. If you could please give us a call, we can call on the Martino line, 303-627-8466. Again, that's 303-627-8466. Thanks so much. Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Hi. Been trying to call you. I'm good. How are you?
Protesters outside the UN today denouncing Israeli strikes in Gaza. President Trump says the indictment of former FBI
Okay.
Director James
So there is a woman who's having some issues. It looks like she's like in a co-op sort of, or her daughter is. And they just got a bill for $52,000, and so Tom wanted to bring you on as an expert.
The star-studded event kicking off today. This weekend, some of America's most popular comedians are set to perform in Saudi Arabia, drawing criticism from
I don't know why I put it on 5, but I'll move
The
it.
Saudi government has long faced accusations of silencing journalists, oppressing women, and supporting terrorism. The majority of the hijackers in the September 11th attacks were Saudi nationals. The Saudi festival in Riyadh will include comedians such as Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, and Pete Davidson. The events like this tied to a plan
Let's see.
Crown Prince to boost tourism and the economy. Portions of the North Rim at Grand Canyon National Park will soon reopen to the public. It was shut down following a wildfire that destroyed a historic lodge and dozens of cabins.
Hey, did you do that? I have an outbound call. Did I give that to you for referred by Peter Boyles? You never got the guy on.
So the reason is because he's in the middle of arbitration right now, and he can't go on.
Okay. What is he going to do? Is he going to call us back when he can?
Correct.
Okay.
More stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no
He's a little bit skittish because he's got a very deep Irish brogue, and he's afraid that if he goes on during this process, people will recognize his accent.
Well, of course they will. But what difference does it make if he's getting fucked?
Well, here's the deal. They, so they went through mediation. Now they're in arbitration. So they already kind of are escalating it. And his lawyer basically has just said, just keep it down for now until, we have a little bit more of a handle on what's going on. But I have his number, and he said that he'd call us early next week, so it's supposed to wrap up by Tuesday.
Earlier this week, flight attendants contacted police to get an allegedly intoxicated woman removed from the plane. The woman refused to leave and said she had a bomb. Nothing was found, and the plane was finally allowed to leave about 2 hours after its scheduled departure time. The woman is facing multiple charges, including public intoxication and disorderly conduct. Denver Public Schools trying something new. They'll be using gun-sniffing dogs to help find threats before big school events. Chief of Climate and Safety Gregory Casey tells Fox 31 it's another layer of protection for students. Weapons do not belong on our property. The dogs are incredibly smart, and they're able to detect
The problem, okay, so anyway, is he under a gag order?
He's not under a gag order. His lawyer gave him the advice to not do anything in media until everything is absolved by Tuesday. So I have a note here to call him back on Tuesday. I talked to him like 3 times yesterday.
Okay.
It's not that he doesn't want to come on, it's just that, he's getting pushback.
Did we
Yeah.
lose her?
We did.
Thanks. Who did we lose?
Glenda.
This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The
Hold on.
Take her number, call her back. I want to get John on about other things anyway, but this is important.
100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Hey, hang on, Bo.
Are you?
When did this happen? This breaking news, 9:25 last night. Oh, there was a massive crash on I-25. Look, this car is disintegrated, Kevin. Look at it. Jesus Christ, look at it.
Is it going the wrong way?
I don't know what happened. I can't listen to it. Well, I can listen to it. We're off the air. Oh, no, we're going to come back on right now.
30 away to the
Glenda,
open.
hi, it's Kelly over at the Troubleshooter Show. We have our insurance expert on, so I need you just to hang on and be patient with me, okay? Uh-huh. Stop hanging up.
Oh, does she not want to be part of this? Oh, no, she's back on.
Yeah, I got her.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. This is the Consumer Show. The Help Show, the Kick-Ass Show, the Let's Get It in the Hopper and Discuss It Show. We talk about everything, everyday aches and pains, and this is the only place to really kick that stuff around. We only get political when it has to do with policies for personal finance and that kind of stuff and responsibility, and really on policy for consumers. And we've had this issue come up time and time again, health insurance. John Jones Jr. is with Integra Insurance, our health insurance experts. They're brokers, and they help people buy insurance or direct them toward Medicaid when they are applicable and when they qualify. So anyway, open enrollment's coming up soon, which is really important. That's not why I have him on the show. I have him on to talk about this weird problem with Glenda. But in general, we will also touch upon open enrollment in a second here. But Glenda, you have medical bills, and I want John to listen to this to see if he can add anything. So you worked for a company, Glenda, which had a kind of insurance, health insurance, or your daughter, I mean. So,
yeah.
And had your daughter used this so-called health insurance, had she used it previously?
No.
Okay. And where did she work? What's the name? Do you mind saying where she works?
I'm not sure she would.
Okay. That's fine.
It's an
Is it a private corporation or a private company, or is it a government or some kind of public agency?
It's a private eye doctor.
Okay, so she works for a private eye doctor, and she was told recently, John, this is weird, that their plan ran out of money. Explain it, Glenda, as the best you can. What was she told?
So on her card, it is corporate plan management, and I think 6 Degrees might be the insurance company that I don't know, it's on the card too. But they paid for her physical therapy, and then they weren't paying the hospital bill for her knee surgery, which was like $52,000. Said that they were working on it. She just got a letter from them saying that the Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce had run out of funds.
Okay, but here's what I see. I'm so confused. You're mentioning corporate plan management. You mentioned 6 Degree, and you also mentioned this Chamber of Commerce. I don't understand what the Chamber of Commerce has to do with it.
I'm not sure either, Tom, but I'm looking at her insurance card. The front of it says in the top left-hand corner, Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce. And then it has her member and ID number. To the right of that, it says provider network is 6 Degree Health. And then in the bottom left, it says CPM, which is that corporate plan management, and that's the telephone number that when you call the number on the back of the card, that's who it reaches.
So my God, I don't know how to explain this. So help me, John Jones. I don't know if you've ever heard of these self-funded plans like this, but apparently it is through 6 Degree Health Insurance. And somehow Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce has something to do with it. And then something called corporate plan management. It's making my head spin. Can you shed any light on it?
I'm not. I mean, I see 6 Degrees Health. When I look at 6 Degrees Health, it says championing fairness and accuracy in healthcare payments. So it doesn't even sound like that has anything to do with it's payment integrity, claim reviews, things like that.
Okay, tell us this then, John. Are there when Obamacare came into existence, I know there were a few weird plans that allowed people to get away with the requirement. One of them was Christian share and faith shared plans. And I believe another one was self-funded corporate plans.
Well, I mean, you'd have to work for a large company that does self-funded corporate plans. They're not just available out there to individuals and families. So primarily, I mean, the vast majority of policies, health insurance policies that exist in our state, whether it's individual and family or even small group, they're affordable care, even large group to a degree, affordable care qualified health insurance plans. That's health care ministries exist, and they still exist.
But how can this
regulated?
She got a mess. They got a message saying, basically, we ran out of money. We can't pay the bills.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And it's a private eye doctor, so I assume that that's a small business. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, they've got several locations. They've got a couple in Kansas and 2 or 3 in eastern Colorado. So it's not just one.
So, and then you did mention here, so the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, Kansas Chamber of Commerce here. So, is the group domiciled in Kansas? Like, is that where the original location is? Do you know?
Correct. I believe so.
Oh, okay.
So when I called the corporate plan management and spoke to a very nice person, she said, yes, there were several people that weren't getting their bills paid.
And what corporate plan management sounds like to me, John, is simply an administrator for claims. I don't think they have anything to do with the funding.
When I look at corporate plan management, it's an insurance broker in Topeka, Kansas.
Right. So they're the ones that probably sold this plan, but I don't know what part Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce has. Here's what I'm surmising or concluding, that this eye doctor or the company is a part of Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce, and as such, the chamber is kind of offering this plan.
And that could be, when I talked to this...
That's what it sounded like,
She gave me the website to the Southwest Kansas. She said that's the ones that's run out of funding and that they will pay the bills when the funds come in. She gave me the name of a person at the Southwest Kansas Chamber of Commerce and their email address to email her. I haven't called her yet.
Okay, here's what I found out. The CPM is nothing more than a benefit administrator. So what that means is this. If you have a pot of money through your self-funded insurance company, when an employee puts in a claim, it goes through CPM, and they track down the validity of the claim and the provider, and they match it to your benefits and pay accordingly. So all they are is an administration arm. That's all they do. So they're out of it. Okay, they have nothing to do with it. The Southwest Kansas Chamber has an alliance, and it's literally their health plan for members of the Chamber of Commerce. So, John, they're calling it the Southwest Kansas Chamber Alliance Health Plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at the PDF right now.
Yeah. So this must be where they have offered their members, and we've had other situations like this in the past, John, where groups got together and chipped in, so to speak, for a group plan because it was beneficial to its members. And so we had, in this case, a Chamber of Commerce. In other cases, we had professional associations doing it. Like the Brotherhood of this or that, or there were professional associations that offered this as well. Do you know the structure of those, John, how they work?
I don't, but I wonder, though, if they are regulated by and subject to the Division of Insurance in Kansas.
Well, wouldn't they have to be? Wouldn't they really have to be?
Yeah, it's a health plan, so they should have to be. And so that might be where you need to start taking this.
Okay. So, by the way, it looks like I'm finding it already here. So from what I can find out, the structure is this. The CPM is simply a claims administrator or a claims processor. And the people supplying the money is this alliance from Southwest Kansas Chamber. And they are the ones that purchase from the 6th Degree. So it's very convoluted. But Glenda, I'm going to tell you something right now. They probably, I'm looking at worst case scenario here. Let's look at worst case. If they don't pay, how much are your daughter's bills right now?
What hospital is billing her 51 or 2,000?
Okay. Now, John Jones will tell you this as well. When people are stuck with astronomical medical bills and there is a failure in the system to pay, John, very seldom do they literally go after judgments against individuals anymore. Isn't that true? Anyway, I can answer for him. Yes, it is very rare. They do not go after individuals with judgments. They just don't. Because it's easy.
So what happens when they start the collections? I mean, because her credit is.
Okay. Well, when they go after her from collections, she's going to say, I don't have the money, and I'm going to have to file bankruptcy. That might be her only way out. But I have very seldom seen people forced into bankruptcy. Medical bills are almost in a category by themselves. Yes, they go on the credit report. And yes, they're counted against people technically. But if she went to buy a car or if she went to do something to get credit, and the only bad thing on her account was a medical bill, I'm not talking about like an x-ray bill of $125. I'm talking about when there is a massive medical debt. Many creditors give these consumers a break. They don't count it against them. That's just the way it's been. So, and this happened under the Biden administration. They thought it was unfair that people are caught up in the muck and mire of medical bills. John Jones, have you heard any rumblings about this in the industry since you are in the business?
Can you repeat that?
I guess he got disconnected.
No, hello. I could hear you guys for a while, but you guys couldn't hear me, and so I don't know what happened.
And that's Shannon's problem. Which, by the way, he's going to need medical service when I get done with him. John Jones, medical bills.
Yes, sir.
They're not handled like they used to be. You don't hear a lot of people having wages garnished and big judgments against them. Do you agree?
I mean, I personally haven't. No, sir.
And one of the reasons is they understand people can't pay them. And if you have a breakdown in coverage, Glenda, or your daughter did, I think she's overthinking it. What she says is,
I think she's just afraid, that they'll ruin her credit.
Well, it actually will technically be a black mark on her credit, but they will not, most creditors will not hold it against them.
Okay. Well, can they send her to bankruptcy if she's making monthly payments?
Well, first of all, no one sends anyone to bankruptcy. Bankruptcy makes it go away. And there are ways to bankrupt. There are ways to go bankrupt to get rid of one debt. And let's put it this way. If they really did go far enough to get a judgment, let's say they get a judgment for, let's say, $60,000 with interest and penalty. Let's just say they get that. And they start garnishing her wages for $60,000. She's going to be in debt for a very long time. And one of the only ways to get out of it would be a bankruptcy. People think of bankruptcy as being immoral or something wrong. It is something wrong. And there are some cases where bankruptcies are a bit immoral and people engineer them. But when it comes to medical bills, creditors look at those in a whole different light. In fact, what I'd like to do, Kachina, let's get Mike Wink on. I'd like to talk to him about medical bankruptcies. Okay, so
Can they send
Right now,
Send her to collect
what's that?
if she pays her month. Can they send her to collections if she's paying her monthly bill?
Of course they can. Of course they can. They can send her collections. I mean, anyone can send anyone to collections. If she's making monthly payments, she'll be making monthly payments the rest of her life. I'm trying to tell you how to get out of it. Okay. Now, if she's too proud to do a medical bankruptcy for medical debt and she wants to make payments the rest of her life, more power to her. It's ridiculous and it's wasteful because, first of all, the medical bills in and of themselves are exaggerated to begin with because they're billing insurance. Everything is exaggerated when it comes to medical bills. That's why people don't hold medical bills against you when they're evaluating your credit. I don't even know if you're listening to what I'm saying because you keep asking the same question. But no one sends anyone to bankruptcy. People go to bankruptcy on their own to escape a debt. And I would like to talk to our attorney, Mike Wink, about bankruptcy, specifically for medical debt. Okay, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And by the way, while we're talking about insurance, this is regular insurance. Compass Insurance will do an evaluation. You see, we had this condo guy on about his insurance and some other people. Here's what you need to know. Insurance right now, they're being very sneaky and they're withholding coverages or diminishing coverages and charging you more premium. You need to know the state of your insurance right now. They're sneaking in higher deductibles and they're sneaking in all kinds of terms and conditions that you get this notice in the mail and you might think it's junk mail. What I suggest you do is get an insurance review of exactly what's covered and what's not, so you're not surprised. And Compass will do that free of charge. And they'll let you know if there's anything better on the market. It's really true and objective. 303-996-9000.
Yep.
Kevin, so nice to see you again.
Oh, she was looking for you. She literally was walking around your... No. Oh, wait. Did they say that? You have to contact your rep and tell them that there's some outdated... Hello?
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's better.
First thing I wanted to do initially is I wanted to repair where the concrete had eroded. They said we could do that. I said, well, heck, let me go ahead and get the entire floor covered.
Commercial, residential, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
They were so courteous and respectful of the home and the property. And when they're done, they cleaned up, picked up, swept out. It was like they were never there.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
I would recommend Galaxy over any other competitor, hands down. You're going to be taken care of and you'll be satisfied. These guys know what they're doing.
Get the best deal anywhere on countertops from theartofgranite.com. Any natural stone or man-made material, they do it all. Plus, you get a free backsplash, free sinks, a free cutting board, and a free bathroom vanity. Free tear-out and hallway is always included, and always materials at cost. Even better now, 10% off labor for a limited time. Get prices on the phone, 303-386-5919. 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that'll guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers.
Doc did not come into studio, so I'm here today.
720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker.
All right, Michelle, just be patient with me. We're going to be with you as soon as possible, okay? All right, hang on.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Bestera Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW. More than a few of our patrons are talking about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time your erectile dysfunction grew in the most. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Center. And if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Center, we're experts in treating ED. We treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You can even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and it's medically advised a test kit. And if that test kit doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMedCenter.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This report is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters. We've got some good sunshine today. Temperatures warming into the low 80s. A few afternoon clouds, and the weekend looking even nicer with temps in the upper 70s. I'm Fox 11 weather meteorologist Travis Michaels. This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour.
Damn, that's loud.
HarlemGlobetrotters.com.
Hell. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. All right, let's go back to the phones. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike Wink is with us. He is a bankruptcy attorney, and we use him as our expert. Mike Wink, and that's winklawfirm.com. And Mike, I heard, and I just wonder from your experience, I've heard, especially since COVID, but I hear that creditors don't likely go after people whose insurance didn't pay something or who racked up a massive medical bill. Glenda's daughter, for example, with surgery and stuff, racked up 50 grand, and her insurance company ran out of money. Her health insurance company literally said they ran out of money. So I guess we should just confine this conversation to collections. How aggressive do companies, how aggressive are companies when it comes to medical debt?
I would say they're definitely trying to collect debts that are owed to them. And, I don't know, from what you just described, I'm not going to say I firsthand have knowledge of the insurance company you said running out of money. That sounds weird. But people often incur, deductibles and portions of a bill that are not covered. And in general, the hospitals are not the most aggressive in pursuing that. They will certainly try, and then eventually the debt gets sold to a collector who will be much more aggressive and likely to sue.
So I have also heard that large medical debts on a credit report does not do the harm as, let's say, a car repossession or a credit card that's late. Is that true?
Yeah, so I know there's new rules about medical debts being reported to credit bureaus, and they have to wait, and it has to be of a certain size before it can show up on your credit report. In terms of how that's interpreted, I would defer to like a mortgage broker or somebody, So It's certainly possible. I don't know, but I mean, obviously unpaid debt on your credit is not a good thing.
Okay. So really, she has here's what I said. Even if they did come after her, for 50 grand, and listen, she's like working her ass off just trying to make ends meet. Is there such thing as a medical bankruptcy or bankrupting just on that? If she didn't want to mess up everything, how do you handle that, Mike? Let's say someone has great credit and their whole life is in order, but they have this damn medical bill and it's like 50 or 100 grand. How do you handle something like that?
Right. So to answer your first question, there is no sort of specifically targeted bankruptcy. All right. So every single bankruptcy of an individual is going to include all of their debt and all of their assets. And that's required by law. So even though the medical bill may be the driver, a small credit card that she would otherwise pay still has to go into the bankruptcy.
Okay.
Now, right. So, but there are some options. Certainly, if she's, there are discounts available if she's indigent, and hospitals typically have programs for submitting financial information to try to get relief. So, while a lot of debt can be settled, I think we've talked about that on the show, for roughly half. Sometimes the discount one can get on medical can be a lot more than that.
Okay.
If they can establish the inability to pay. So if I were her, I think that's where I would start. If this is, based on what you're telling me here.
So in other words, you would go for, you would literally go for a negotiation and say, look, I don't have money.
Hardship. Correct. Yep.
And you're saying that when it comes to medical bills, I mean, obviously they're going to look into you, but how much information do you have to give them when you start these negotiations? Do they want to see each and every bill you're paying and what your financial condition is?
I think you can get by with a recent tax return and a pay stub.
Okay. So Glenda, I want to ask something. Does your daughter own a house?
No.
Okay. And does she have anything of great value, big savings, stock accounts, or anything like that?
No.
And how much are the bills totaling right now, if you total them all up?
She's got, that 52 with the hospital, and then probably a credit card.
And a horse trailer payment.
Okay.
Yeah, and a horse trailer payment.
Okay.
I'm not really sure how much.
Oh, wait. So she's into horses?
Yeah.
Well, now I know she's broke. No.
Yeah, she barrel races. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. No. I've been into horses my whole life. I mean, I never met. There's a joke. You want to make a small fortune in horses, start out with a big fortune. Anyway. And also, was it Warren Buffett or someone says never buy anything, never invest in anything that eats when you sleep. In any case, Glenda, here's the deal. It's I think what Mike Wink is saying is, look, you can do a bankruptcy, and sometimes even the threat of a bankruptcy can force them into a negotiated settlement. I mean, if they truly know her financial condition isn't the greatest, they're likely to make a very reasonable settlement for the debt. Is that what you're saying, Mike, basically?
That is. And I mean, if this is really her only debt, that's worth exploring. And then, if, depending on the results of that, she can decide if bankruptcy will be required.
And also, in addition to bankruptcy, Mike does do debt settlement negotiations when you are sadly in debt, and then you're charged basically on the reduction in debt. It's like a contingency fee almost I mean, you have to pay it, but what I mean is it's based on the amount he gets taken off the books. So you may want to check with him or have your daughter really call him and talk to him. And, as I said, I don't know if I'm too relaxed when it comes to medical debt, Mike, but I thought, and maybe it's just I'm reading the wrong stuff. I thought there was a real de-emphasis or relaxing on the collection of medical debt when it comes to going after the consumer. But you're saying you're still seeing some pretty aggressive collections?
Correct. I think they're slower probably to sue you than maybe a credit card lender would be, but we definitely see lawsuits based on unpaid medical bills.
Okay. So Glenda, again, I'm going to give out for your daughter, I'll give out this number for Wink. It's 720-523-0620. So, and it's winklawfirm.com. And I wish you the best on this. Medical bills can ruin somebody. All right, this moving problem, Michelle, I need to take this break. Then I can give you more time. I don't want you to make any big mistakes, so we'll talk about that coming up.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories. Traffic has eased up after a very busy morning commute. That accident finally cleared on southbound I-25 between the Meade County Road 34 and Colorado 66 exits. There is still some slowing in the area. Eastbound I-70 backed up from Tower Road to E470 due to construction. There are some delays on southbound I-25 around downtown Denver and slowing on northbound I-25 between Santa Fe and 6th. With traffic, I'm Veda Urbonis.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our
This
American
is my
Stories.
7:30, got it.
On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
If you're looking to sell your house, you can go the conventional way with a real estate broker like Frank Duran, of course, and try to get top dollar. A lot of people don't want to do that route. They don't want to do a listing. They don't want to have tire kickers. They don't want to have open houses. They don't want to wait for loan approvals or home inspections, or they don't want to make repairs. They simply want to sell their house, and they want to do it quickly. Now, you've heard of all kinds of places guaranteeing to buy your house. I'm going to add one because it's simply a phone call, and these are people I have known and dealt with for years. I have sent hundreds and hundreds of consumers to them, and they're a great team, and they won't screw around. They'll give you a bid and a check in a few days. 800-44-BUYER. Hey, it just takes a phone call. Find out what you can sell your house for quickly. 800-44-BUYER.
Thank you.
Wow. Does it float? Oh. No, I know what you mean.
In that air suspension seems to compensate for my charges. Absolutely does. Because the one commercial used to be for the Lincoln was the car pulls up to an IV right here on the windshield, and it spins out, backs around, and comes at it. Suspension actually lowered to compensate for the speed. That was a commercial? Yeah, Lincoln. I gotta see this. Crazy. driven by a 92-year-old to church and advocacy.
Yeah, I just saw that article too, Dimitri, about medical bills.
Now, Condo is its own law. That hasn't been overturned. She asked about it. It's in the 20s.
40 medical debt is voluntary on the debt collector's part. The actual credit bureaus, they will not put them on. Under cert, they have their own policies.
Did you say, so here's my question. Yep. All four corners of the bump are damaged. One because of the Troubleshooter Show. Yes, you are right. What's a good place? I think you said Perry and Terry is a good place to have a radio. Roughly speaking, what would you like to see?
There's a guy that we use, old school Mexican body shop.
Cheaper because it's cash. Nobody will work.
What is far a body shop? For what kind of work?
Plastic bumpers when it's Lincoln.
Does he do major body work? And he's near you?
It's Commerce City.
I just don't. Let me explain something. Hi, Tom Martino here. Look, there is a big controversy on reporting medical debt, okay? First and foremost, it's voluntary on the part of the medical provider, and it's voluntary on the credit bureau on their policy. The credit bureau can decide not to report it or to report it based on internal policies. There was a law proposed that would make it illegal to report it, in other words, and that was struck down before, well, not struck down, it was not allowed to go through. So really, right now, the state of medical bills is this. If the provider wants to put it on your credit report, they can. The credit reporting agency can then decide whether to show it or not. And some credit reporting agencies on their own will not show a medical debt unless it's past 1 year or more than a certain amount. So really, there is not a pat answer. There's no pat answer when it comes to medical bills. They can show up on your report or not. You don't have any special right not to have them on there. And there's no mandatory law saying they must be on there. So it's in a state of flux right now. One thing I can tell you from everything I know, creditors, those granting credit, are not putting as much weight on major medical bills as they do on, let's say, a car repossession or delayed rent, a delinquent rent, or credit cards. They put way more weight on those kinds of debts than medical bills because they know that it wasn't because someone was lax, right? Or that they ran up a bunch of credit card bills and now saying, screw you, I'm not going to pay it. Medical bills fall into a different category. They're not so much characteristic of someone's behavior, whereas credit cards can be. So I hope that's making some sense. 303-713-8255. Tell me about the movers, Michelle. What's going on?
Okay, I'm coming from San Diego
Yes.
to Denver.
Yes.
So I have a 10 by 20, two 10 by 20s with all my stuff in it.
Okay.
So I call.
Now you're moving from San Diego.
Right, to Denver, Colorado.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it. And what's going wrong?
Okay, what's going wrong is these quotes are just outrageous. So I was calling Mayflower, and then this other moving company came in, what's called Safe Ship. And I said, look, I'm not paying no more than, no, he told me Mayflower was going to cost me $20,000. I said, I'm not paying no more than $12,000. So then he kept coming back, giving me more numbers, lower,
Michelle,
and lower, and lower.
I want to say something
And
to
I'm
you,
like,
okay?
screw you.
Michelle, who did you end up signing a contract with?
I ain't signed a contract with anyone yet.
Oh, good.
I don't trust him.
Good. Because here's what I want to tell you. When you said you called Mayflower and then got a call from another mover, you did not talk to Mayflower. Let me explain what's going on in the moving industry. A lot of these lying, cheating, good for nothing companies, these scams, they use names similar to Mayflower or North American Van Lines or other names. And then they trick you into thinking you're dealing with one of these big movers. But then what they really do is they move in and take care of the move and they cheat you. Now, if you haven't signed a contract with anyone yet, you're lucky.
No.
We can help you, okay? But I'm going to tell you something. You need to call a national mover and only work with their qualified local agents. But half the problem is getting a legitimate number for the national movers because so many scammers have gone on the internet to trick you. So where's your stuff right now?
My stuff is in San Diego. I'm in Denver right now.
Okay, good. I want you to call. I'll tell you who I would call if I were you. I would call. Let's see. Let me find. I'm trying to find the damn the people we use, not use, but people that I know are really
What
good.
about Cowboy or Johnson Moving?
No, Johnson would be one for sure. Thank you for that, Bo. Johnson Moving and Storage.
Johnson is good.
They've been around more than 100 years, and we have never had a complaint. Now, think about this. In my entire 45 years here, we have never had a complaint about Johnson Moving and Storage. Not one complaint. And that's in an industry that's usually loaded with complaints. Who were you going to say?
Well, I know the owner of the local ginormous Mayflower franchise, which is Bueller Mayflower in Aurora.
Okay.
And I've known him for about 25 years.
Okay, so you know him. So good. So we have two movers that come as a result of personal direct contact. Okay. But you must make sure you call them. So many scammers now. When you go online, we had another. Do you remember the other person said they thought they were calling Mayflower?
Yeah.
And then another company called them back. Okay, I got to take this break. Hold on, and I'll have Kachina give you numbers off the air.
Thank you.
Looking for that commercial.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Traffic has eased up after a very busy morning commute. That accident finally cleared on southbound I-25 between the...
So what did you want her to give her, just Johnson or the,
Johnson, and then the one that
I see
Heavy D has?
and the one that Dimitri
has?
Bueller.
Yep.
He'll give you one. He'll text her.
Swell.
Can you text her that so she can give
Bueller Mayflower? Dude, that I did not expect.
Cowboy is good too.
That is so cool.
Because the suspension is tied to the speed.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're speeding up, you're going down for more aerodynamic.
Nice.
That's what pretty big. Yeah, you need to slow down. That's got the part.
That would make me pretty nervous. I'd be like, guys, lift it up a couple of inches off camera. That is so cool. I can't wait. I need to send Kelly the Bueller.
Okay, I've got Johnson Moving and Storage, and they are at 303 785 4314. All right, and let me see. I think that Dimitri might have had another. Hang on, let me see if he has it.
Troubleshooter Show. This is Shannon.
But
Hello.
I would start with Johnson, and then
He
if
sure-
they
he
can't help
sure
you,
is. Hang on.
okay, Bueller.
What else do you think I should do to that car for now, right now? Or isn't the list I sent you pretty?
Moving and Storage, and they're 303
So that's on my list. You may recall I sent that to you a few days ago. And I did identify some sort of oil seepage on the right side of the engine. I have no idea if it's coming from the valve cover or the oil filler neck or the cap.
They go all over.
4.6. It's a 4. Yeah, it's a 4 something V8. It's definitely not the 5 liter. It's the 4. But everything else is dry.
4314, correct.
The crossover pipe. Yeah.
Yep, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This
All
one
right,
is
thanks
hi,
for calling.
sweetie. Yeah, this one is not.
Did Comey really lie to Congress?
Oh, he just hung up.
He lied like a rug.
No shit.
I just talked to him.
Okay.
He can investigate Trump.
He asked for you.
Ray is next. FBI revealed that they had last night. They
Probably
revealed
him.
they had 276 FBI agents.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
Christopher Ray testified to Congress. They didn't have anybody. It was a Fed selection.
970.
So it's got its original coolant, which at this point is like
630.
18 years old. Should I be worried about damage to the head gasket and the radiator? This is what should. That's on the to-do list. But should I be worried about that damage and like do any repairs?
Nothing you can do.
Proactive. Okay.
Yep, that's her number.
There's really proactive, work to be done.
What damage is it?
Just that the coolant's never been changed in 20 years. So they could sit there instead of deteriorating gaskets.
Well, you can do a flush. You do.
Yeah, but he's concerned more that the gaskets may be deteriorating because of the old coolant.
Well, I thought that old coolant became less effective. In other words, it would be.
But it can become acidic.
Oh, okay.
It can start eating.
I don't want it to eat anything.
No, there's nothing you can do. You can't stop what's already been done. You just do it.
Yeah. Should we do that more than once? What? A coolant change?
There's no benefit to it.
Okay. I tested the brake fluid. I have the little, the dipper thing.
Hello?
And it's still in the okay range, even though the fluid is dark. But the moisture content is still in the okay range.
I would 0 time the whole fucking thing. I would do everything as if it was like it's from new. Every single fluid, every single belt, every single hose, I would redo. Then I would start from 0, and then I would keep my own maintenance schedule based on that. But what we call that is 0 timing.
No
there's
disturbance.
gaskets or
Yeah.
exotic fluids or anything in there. So I mean, it's all easy. Some of those training fluids, $30 a quart.
She's trying.
Yeah, none of this one.
I am sorry.
What are we gonna order? Do what? Are we gonna do
Accident you had in the last 3
really?
years.
What are we gonna do?
You guys.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Tom, what do you feel like eating? You're the
Although
one with
didn't
the
you wreck one of the vans
touchiest appetite.
or run into a curb or something?
We either do pizza or calzones. That's the two choices.
Constantly.
Pizza.
I'll go pizza.
Pizza. Okay.
So, I've been just randomly checking
So what time do you have to
factory
be in Boulder?
OEM part prices.
It'd be nice
from
to be
Ford Direct.
soon, but
They are cheap
not until
compared to
6 p.m.
Toyota.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Holy crap. Even the entire,
Do you still have to
like,
set
the
up
rear
and
air
everything,
suspension,
A little bit. I probably
if
have
ever had
about
to
2
replace
hours
it,
of work.
It's like
2 hours
without
straight.
labor. I mean, it's like $500.
So he's just stumbling along for about 5 seconds. In that
that's
promo. I'm
the
like,
movie.
oh, this is how the day's going to be. Oh, then he drops Rick Stewart on the air.
Yep.
Not once,
3
times. Not
Yep.
twice.
3 times.
Thrice.
Okay. Time tested.
All right. It's going to be fun.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Let's continue. We're running out of time right now. We gave Michelle the recommendations for movers. So right now we have Kevin Calkin with us. We're taking car questions as well. I have not forgotten about that story on Channel 7 that I want to go over as an example of reporting, specifically consumer type reporting, that doesn't go far enough and doesn't give you the true report of what's happening, and it's not in depth enough. We got more of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Well done.
Okay, so let me just do this fucking.
Kitty, come on, princess, come on over.
Let me do this order and get this. You know, it doesn't like to. God damn it, it just doesn't. Okay, so calzone.
I know, sweetie.
Okay, we're going to get a pizza here, so let me just go to that.
So, Kevin, I also liked how.
Right.
Bon Jovi.
Thank you for calling the Honda of Greeley Finance Department. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Bo. I'm a consumer advocate volunteer for the Tom Martino Show. This is my second call. I'm trying to reach your
Good afternoon,
general
Tom Martino
manager
Show.
of the Hyundai of Greeley. It's in regards to Danette and Ryan Hoffner regarding
Okay, what's your first name?
Sonata they bought in April,
sorry,
and apparently your dealership can't get them good title.
Phillip.
So they can't really drive the car around.
All right,
I mean,
hang
they're
on for
getting
me.
tired of these temporary tags. And they would just like to unwind this deal because the car's not marketable without a valid title. And they are going to complain to the dealer board. But I would like to see if we could just get this resolved with unwinding a deal, and they could use those funds to purchase another Hyundai.
Hey,
so again, my name is
great.
Bo. I'm with the
That's all I
Troubleshooter
need.
Show. You can give
A
me a call
recall.
at 720-633-3000, and this is my second call.
Hey, didn't say
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Shannon's problem, which, what? John Jones, medical bills. Joan. Honest to God, I sometimes I just don't even know what's going on.
Including doctors, veterinarians, utilities, and insurance companies, and most local non-emergency numbers. Start at least one contact as in case of emergency.
Yeah.
Make sure that person knows
A few more hours and
medical issues.
that's
Also,
it.
make sure everyone in your house knows how to text. Check backup batteries for all your phones and fully charge cell phones, batteries, and rechargers. Sign up to receive mobile phone alerts. Back up and print out
Yeah, it's been
important
an
personal
interesting
data. You might buy a battery-operated, solar-powered, or hand-cranked radio or portable TV to monitor news. Start preparing today. For more info, go to fcc.gov/emergency.
KHOW News Time, 12:03.
The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is issuing additional information about the September 10th shooting at Evergreen High School. The Sheriff's Office made a social media post to answer questions about whether the suspect in the shooting acted alone. Investigators say they are certain that the 16-year-old shooter acted alone and did not have a list of people he wanted to target.
Oh,
The
boy.
Sheriff's Office also says they found no evidence of an ongoing threat to the school, the students, or the staff. Students began returning to the school yesterday and are expected to resume a normal class schedule next week.
It will be a warm and mostly dry weekend along the front edge. Temperatures topping out actually above average in the low 80s, right around 81. Sunshine sticking with you, but a few clouds free slide in this afternoon. Weekend looks great as well. Temps going to be in the upper 70s. Might get a sprinkle in the high country on Sunday. Potentially even for Monday as well. But temperatures looking great as we take things out next week.
That is Fox 31 meteorologist Travis Michaels. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories. Traffic has eased up after a very busy morning commute. That accident finally cleared on southbound I-25 between the new County Road 34 and Highway 66 exit. There is safety slow in this area. Eastbound I-70 backed up from Power Road to E-470 due to construction. There are some delays on southbound I-25 around 45 Denver and slowing in westbound I-25 between Clemente and 6. With traffic, I'm Vera Adona.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we share the story of how Jackie Robinson's faith gave him the strength to meet a man to integrate Major League Baseball. You won't want to miss the next episode, Our American Story. Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Tuesday. Nothing wrong! Titans and Chicago. Brian Adams. Mason Miller. Take control. Hey, I'm Shannon Hero. Hey, this is John Fogerty. And the Crunch. And so much more.
See it all at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Streaming only on Hulu, beginning Thursday.
Criminal defense, DUI, or other charges. Free initial consultations. Flat rate pricing. Joseph H. Lazara. 303-429-6200. LazaraLegal.com. LAZZARA. Joe Lazara. 303-429-6200. It's going on right now.
Get our lowest prices of the year on everything diamond at Williams Jewelers.
Shop the largest selection of gorgeous loose GIA diamonds. Every shape, every size, and price range but her. It all ends Saturday at 5 p.m.
Stop settling for weak sound. It's time to level up your game and bring the boom. Hit the town with the ultra-durable LG X-Boom portable speakers and enjoy vibrant sound wherever you go. Elevate your listening experience to new heights because, let's be real, your music deserves it. The future of sound is now with LG X-Boom. And for a limited time, save 25% at LG.com with code FALL25. Bring the boom. X-Boom.
It's the Dan Kaplan Show.
4 to 6. Friday at 4, we'll do a deep dive into the indictment of James Comey, the evidence behind the indictments, and indictments that may be coming next. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose.
just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. For all your garage door needs, these guys are excellent. It is car day, so it's apropos we talk about garage doors. Whether you need the whole door, they do the door, they do sections of the door, they do the opener, parts of the opener, or both the door and the opener at the same time. Here's the great part. Get their prices online right now. Everything they do and what you pay is online. They have available service 24/7, 7 days a week, of course, 24 hours a day. 720-370-3987. Here's the website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. This is a show where we talk about your problems, questions, and complaints, and we also talk about solving them. So let's go right to Philip. Philip, welcome to the show. 303 Martino. You can call 24/7 303-627-8466. What's going on with debt collection, sir? How can we help you?
Well, sir, in looks like May of 2008, my business was robbed and I owed credit cards. This company, Vargo and Jensen, bought my debt from.
Now, what does being robbed have to? I'm confused. You said your business was robbed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you owe some debt.
All of my equipment was on credit cards. So, anyway, the credit card companies dropped the charges or the fees, and this company, Vargo and Jensen, bought my debt from Visa in 2008.
Okay, what debt? Explain to me. I'm confused. So you had credit card debt that was purchased by a collector.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but how much credit card debt are we talking about?
The original debt, the original amount owed was $11,000.
Okay.
Since 2008, I have paid over $15,000. But they keep racking up.
Now, why? This is what I don't understand. You got to help me here, Philip.
Yes, sir.
What did this burglary or this your store was? What does that have to do with this problem?
Nothing. It was just my equipment was purchased with this credit card.
Okay, that's why it was so much. You purchased equipment and you had a debt of $11,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why? Here's what happens with credit card debt. You make payments and they never sell your credit card debt unless you default. So were you in default? Is that why they sold your debt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why were you in default?
Because at that point I had no means of income.
Okay.
All my equipment was stolen that I used to make a living with.
I see.
Somebody steals your money, that's bad. Somebody steals your ability to make money, that's even worse.
Now, did you have a number of other debts that went into default?
A couple, and they were written off by the credit card companies.
Okay, but they can still sell that too. So your $11,000 credit card debt was purchased by a collector, and are they being pretty aggressive?
Over 10 years worth. It's the amount of interest and accruing at 10% plus their attorney fees and court costs is more than the original debt.
Well, Philip, that's not unusual. That's not unusual at all. That's why people buy the debt. I mean, I'm not telling you I'm in favor of all of that, but I mean, that's water under the bridge. I mean, you know, that's just the way it is. So right now, that $11,000 in debt is how much?
$28,000.
Okay, 28,000.
$82.52.
So 28,000 plus. So what are you calling about today? How can we help you?
Isn't that original debt past the statute of limitations?
Okay. Good question. Here's what happens. First of all, when you say statute of limitations, you're in Colorado, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when was this? When was it sold to the collector?
June 21 of 2008.
Okay. And when was the debt incurred?
Before that.
Okay.
So somewhere between 2005 and 2007.
Okay. The law is that they have 6 years. I understand. Okay. The law is they have 6 years to pursue a judgment for collection, or they lose their ability to collect it by judgment. That doesn't mean they can't come after you, but it's toothless. I mean, in other words, the only thing that really is in their arsenal is judgment. And they only have 6 years to pursue it from the time you made the last payment or the last charge. But here's what I don't understand. You said they sold the debt in 2008 to this collector, and now the debt's 28 grand. Now, I assume that during this time, they've been actively trying to collect it. Is that true?
Yes, sir, through several of my different jobs, and I've paid them. They made a deal with me for, if you pay $10,000, we won't charge you any more interest.
You understand why they keep tricking you, right? Philip, why don't you tell him, D, what they did? They're tricking him.
Yeah. So, Tom, if you don't mind, I have just 2 quick questions for Philip just to get my head around this problem. Philip, when was the last time you made any payment at all, even a dime?
That's what he was telling us about the tricking. When did they trick you into making a payment? When was the last payment?
Last payment was about 4 months ago.
Oh, you see,
yeah.
So what D is getting
I've been paying on this thing for 10 years.
Philip,
I've been paying on this thing for 10 years.
Philip, had you stopped paying on it, you would have been better off. The statute of limitations starts over again every time you resurrect it. That's why they make deals with you. They're trying to get you to make a payment so they get another 6 years to pursue it.
It sounds like they already did. It sounds like they already have a judgment against Philip, because Philip mentioned that through a couple of his jobs they've been collecting too.
Do they have a judgment and a garnishment right now?
They have an ex parte motion for reviver of judgment.
Right.
So there's a judgment. Me this week.
Yeah. And most likely, Philip, they'll get it because you've been keeping it active all this time. You even admitted it. You say you've been paying on it since 2008. So you're kind of your worst enemy on this right now. The bottom line is this. You probably owe the debt. But the good news is a very simple Chapter 7 bankruptcy will get you out of the debt.
Okay.
I mean, what else? You know, first of all, the debt's legit, okay? They're allowed to take that 11 grand and they're allowed to pursue it with all penalties and with all default interest, and they're allowed to compound it and do whatever the note says. And they're allowed to pursue you and to trick you into making payments. Had you known this, see, if there was ever a 6-year period where it went uncollected, they would have been out of luck. But when did they actually get their first judgment on this?
5/21/2008. The court granted judgment.
Oh, okay. So see, and that's a whole new ball of wax. Let me explain this to you. Once a judgment is granted, there is no statute of limitations. That judgment runs for the length of the judgment, not by any statute of limitations. And it can be revived and renewed every single time. So in essence, once a creditor gets a judgment, it's a forever debt if they do the procedure properly. That's why they went for the revival. So the idea that 6 years is to pursue a judgment. Once the judgment is granted, it could be a 20-year judgment. I mean, it depends on the debt and the judgment. So right now, your best bet would be a bankruptcy. Is there a reason you would not do a bankruptcy to get rid of it? Or do you have the money to pay it?
No, sir. I don't have the money to pay it, and there's no reason that I couldn't do a bankruptcy.
The only time a Chapter 7 bankruptcy would hurt you is if you have a pile of money somewhere, because they'll just come after that pile of money, or equity in property. Do you have any equity in property?
I don't.
You're an excellent candidate.
Either one.
Did you hear the bankruptcy attorney on the show earlier? If not, he's a really good guy. His name is Mike Wink. Kachina can get you his number.
Wink.
Yeah, she'll get you the number off the air, so we don't have to do that on the air. It's the Wink Law Firm. Okay, and I think that's your best bet. See, collections are very tricky. Collections go by two things: the collections before judgment and the collections after judgment. They're two very different things. And too many times creditors trick people into keeping the statute of limitations fresh. Normally in Colorado, 6 years. 6 years to collect a judgment. There are some exceptions. But they're so few and far between, I won't get into that. One of them would be if you were in military service and overseas. They get a chance to put that in to suspend collection efforts. But anyway, bottom line is they have 6 years to pursue a judgment. Once they get the judgment, then they have the time of the judgment to collect the judgment, and they can revive that judgment over and over again. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will give you an evaluation of your home if you want to know what it will sell for. This is a tricky market right now. We have a glut of inventory, and we have not many buyers, and it's changing. If you want to know what will my house sell for, Frank will do it free of charge. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, a full analysis with no obligation. 303-920-1622.
The Raleigh House changed my life.
The work the Raleigh House does is bright light in our world.
The Raleigh House has been the most positive experience I've ever had.
Your mental health is important. Our team of clinical and medical professionals at the Raleigh House provide unmatched care for addiction, depression, trauma, and anxiety, offering both inpatient and outpatient services. The Raleigh House can meet you where you're at. Find out more at theraleighhouse.com. That's theraleighhouse.com.
Discount bath. I love those words. Discount bath, because usually baths are very expensive, but Discount Bath wanted to change the paradigm. They want to show you that you can get a bath done at a discount, and they're willing to prove it. They'll even give you a price without coming to your home, so you don't have to worry about shopping around. They'll give you the price. You see, a lot of places, they need to be there to talk you into their high price. Discount Bath, all they want you to do is video the area you want changed. So take your smartphone, do video, and narrate it. I want to move this here. I want to do a walk-in shower here. I want to widen this wall here. I want to put in a twin vanity. Whatever it is, do your video. Go to discountbath.com and upload the video. You'll get a price by email. That's it. If you like them, you can hire them. By the way, you can always talk to them as well to get clarifications on the bid. So first, go to discountbath.com to get your upload link. Then call them at any time, 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322.
What's going on? Good. What are you up to? Yeah.
Tom,
Yes, sir.
If you're not feeling perfectly, then I'd like to leave a little earlier to get to DMV, because I have to be in line there. So
If I'm not feeling perfectly, if I am feeling perfect.
Yes, that's what I mean.
No, that's what. Oh, is this for your car? Do they allow you now at least to make appointments where you? I thought you could make an appointment
at 7 a.m.
Not since
today.
COVID.
I stood in line for an hour just to get your number. You know, you get a ticket number. Then I sat there for over an hour waiting for my number to be called.
But you could make appointments.
No, that's for your driver's license.
Oh.
Then
Just
I had
for
to
driver's
leave
license, not
before they
COVID.
called me
They
because I
used
had
to
a
be
court
able to.
appearance. So now I have to
anything's
get back.
going
But
on
the
with your
latest they let you take a number is 1:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, because they wouldn't get to you otherwise.
That's what they say. Yeah. Of course, if they work, they'll get to everybody.
As soon as we have pizza, get out of here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
But you got to get pizza.
Thank you. So I want to take you for a ride in it next week, and I need license plates for that.
D, what year is that?
windows-
You know what? So there's a statute of limitations on the judgment itself unless you revive it.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be revived
Mm-hmm.
for 20 years. Oh, no,
That's the
excuse
district
me.
court.
County courts are 6 years. District courts are 20 years. After an applicable 6 years in county court, 20 years in district court, the judgment is considered satisfied unless it is revived. But it can be revived indefinitely. You can just keep reviving it.
Now, his only hope is that they're late reviving it, in which case...
Right. Also, separately, the lien created by the recording of a transcript of judgment on real property expires. Did you know that? See, I didn't know that part. Okay, so in other words, if they took the lien and put a judgment on something took the judgment and put a lien on something you owned, that goes away with the judgment too, unless it's revived.
I didn't know that liens expire.
Yes, I didn't know either.
That's pretty...
Colorado law provides a mechanism for reviving a judgment before it expires.
That's his only hope, is that they missed the deadline and it expired. No, he got...
But here's another thing they keep doing. They keep tricking him into making a payment. Yeah. And that revives not just the judgment.
The debt.
It doesn't even revive the judgment. It revives the debt. Yeah. That gives them another 6 years to get another judgment. So the reason they did that is if in case they didn't revive the judgment properly, they can still go back and get another judgment. I mean...
That's just the gift that keeps giving. He said he spent $28,000 already.
That's ridiculous. No, it's 28. He said he paid 11. He paid the original debt off. So I one time did an interest-only loan for someone. I did an interest-only loan, and they paid interest only.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then the loan was up, and they wanted to know. They had paid so much in interest, more than the original debt.
Sure.
I thought maybe they didn't have money to pay it off. So they wanted to know if I would just call it paid in full. And I said, I can't. First of all, it was part of a divorce. I couldn't.
Yeah.
Because then it'd look like I'm making deals.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't. I said, no, you owe it to the divorce court now. I mean, it's part of our assets. You don't owe it to the court, but I can't reduce debt owed to me. It'll look like I'm making a little side deal.
Local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
The person never talked to me again, and all I did was loan their money. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. I got some clarification, okay, on the liens and the debts and the judgments. Okay. In Colorado, you have 6 years to pursue a judgment. If the debt is older than 6 years old, then you can't get a judgment anymore, so it's kind of useless. If you do get a judgment in county court, it's a 6-year judgment. In district court, it's a 20-year judgment. But those judgments can be renewed over and over and over and over. So it can stay with them for life, basically. There is no statute on the statute. So once you get a judgment, you just keep reviving it. And so many times people get a notice that a judgment is being revived. And they say, oh, my goodness, now's my chance to fight it. No. It's not to fight the original judgment. That original judgment was fought and lost. That's why they got the judgment. Okay. If you didn't lose the case, they would have never gotten a judgment, or you didn't show up, then it's a default judgment. But a default judgment and a regular judgment are just as good. So once there is a judgment against you, the creditor, all they have to do is revive it. Now, if they somehow screw up reviving it, then they have a problem. Okay? So just be careful. The only question I have, Dee, you were looking over there. Yeah. Is it the 6 years to get a judgment from the time a last payment was made, or is it 6 years from the date of the original bill?
It's 6 years from the last time they collected any payment at all.
Okay. Okay. Not so. Okay.
Yeah, the original date of the indebtedness makes no difference.
Okay, good. All right. 303-713-8255. I got a question.
Tom, I have a question.
Yes. Oh, both. Yes, go ahead.
What about the pursuit of a judgment in small claims court? Is that 6 years?
Yeah.
20 years?
That's considered county court, yeah. For purposes of...
And Tom, when the collector goes to court to renew the judgment, like for another 6
yeah, they call it reviving it, yeah.
Well, don't they have to send notice to who they're trying to collect the debt so they can come to court?
Yeah,
they can go in pro se.
They do get served.
Okay.
They do get served. But here's the deal. I've never heard once in my 45 years of doing this, someone being denied a revival of judgment. I've never heard. I'm telling you, and so many people think they can fight the judgment at that time. That fight was done at the original time they got the judgment. Most judgments in small claims court, by the way, Bo, most of them are default judgments. People just don't show up. And
okay.
And that's a problem. But you know, one of the biggest problems too is the hassle of filing the small claims. I mean, you know, you have to literally hoof it by foot to the court, right? You've done enough small claims, right, Dimitri?
Yeah. So yeah, you have to file in person, which isn't a big deal. You download the forms online, fill them out.
It's a big deal. You got to go and wait in line.
In my case, I mean, I've never had to wait in line more than 5 or 10 minutes. Really? They go pretty quickly. I guess it depends on what time you get there, right? So at 8 a.m., it's probably packed.
So you fill it out, the forms, in triplicate.
That's correct.
One for the court, one for you, one for the person you serve.
But the PDF automatically makes itself into a triplicate, so they make it really convenient.
So you file one with the court before or after you serve the person?
Oh, no, so you have to file first.
Okay, so now...
And then the clerk issues a summons.
You go online, you can fill it out online, and then but you don't submit it online. You just fill it out.
Yeah, and then you print it out.
And you print it out in triplicate, or as Dee says, it might be automatically triplicated. So... then you get one and you file it with the court and you pay the filing fee.
You bring all 3 copies because they need to stamp all 3 of them.
Okay. So you bring all 3 to the court and you pay the filing fee and they stamp it.
Yep. Okay. And then what I've found that's very convenient. With
the other 2 copies, one has to be served.
Yes. So 1 copy is for you, 1 for the court, 1 for the defendant. What I've found in all of, I have small claims actions in both Adams County and Denver County. And both of those jurisdictions offer service by mail for only $15. So they'll actually mail the defendant's copy for an extra $15 to the defendant, and then they're considered served.
They are.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the same in Douglas County.
I don't know. I mean, I have no experience in that one yet.
Mark has experience in Douglas County. I want to ask him. I'm actually filing a small claim.
What? Oh, let's hear about it.
Well,
is it against Mark?
No, it's a very personal thing on my kid's car. Somebody ran into my kid's car.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But listen to this. This is what's funny about it. Somebody ran into my kid's car, and the girl's father said, because she's a minor, we'll take care of it. Get it repaired. I'll pay for it. So I got it repaired. And he says, we got to submit a claim to my insurance. And I said, I don't have to submit anything. I said,
yeah, you got to submit it, dude.
I said, so then I figured, okay, if all I have to do is send it to his insurance, I will. Then his insurance starts fighting with me like I have to defend it. And I said, I don't have to defend this. I don't care if you pay it or not.
Yeah.
Because guess what? He owes me the money, not you.
Right.
I don't care about you. I mean, in other words, how dare somebody say you got to, it's like, here's my big brother. Go fight with my big brother.
Yeah.
I don't have to fight with your big brother.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, well, we finally got the estimate and blah, blah. And I said, listen, I'm done talking to you. There's no contractual arrangement between me and you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't pay it. I don't care. I'm going to get it from him. So I'm filing a small claim against him. Now, I was going to be really nice about this and not file for loss of use and the rental car.
Mm-hmm.
But now I am going to file for that because if I have to go through the trouble of going down to Douglas County and standing in line, but in Douglas County, I wonder if there's going to be a long line. You have to go to the clerk of the courts to do it, right?
Yeah, you show up. Just don't show up like first thing in the morning when everybody else is there. And I have a feeling that, I mean, I don't know why their line would be any longer than the one in Denver, of all places.
Yeah. So Mark's dealt with, I think Mark's dealt with Douglas County, because you have to go where the person works or lives or where the transaction took place.
Where the damage occurred.
Anyway, fix it 24/7. Get them to your home while you're still enjoying relatively mild weather, and they will do a refurbishment of your furnace for $39. This is unheard of. I mean that. They take it apart to the extent they can. All the parts are spread out and cleaned individually, plus the blower motor itself, and everything is done as if you're refurbishing that furnace for just $39. The only caveat is if you've not had it done before. 303, excuse me, it's 720-526-3939. Fixmyhome.com. Book now. I thought that was you. You heard it. I thought it was you.
Nope, I do not do it in segments.
I know. I'm just kidding. How much time do I have?
Hurry up.
How much time do I have? Oh,
5.
How many?
5.
Did you say how much time I have? 5?
5?
Did you make 5?
Getting less now.
Did you make 4?
You did it right.
I'm Ben Ferguson, and I'm Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do our podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We're nationwide. We have millions of listeners. We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. So download Verdict with Ted Cruz now, wherever you get your podcast.
Man, I'm happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that'll guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy.
May have to cut out a little early today because I have therapy and it's a little earlier, but I'm just gonna X out the phones.
Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433.
Hello. Oh God, no. No thanks.
Popcorn? No, thank you.
I got kudos for Kevin if you want to put me in the queue.
Oh,
The
sure.
work he did for me. Since we're slow.
Very slow. No, not even lives.
Okay, I'll throw these away.
clinically tested to fight percussive offenders like garlic, onions, and ground coffee brush for fresh, confident breath anytime you need to get started. Zellman's is only available online. Go to Zellman's.com, ZELMINS. Zellman's.com, use the code RADIO for 15% off your first order. Zellman's.com, code RADIO for 15% off.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan, whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance. CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Fall is a great time to plant trees during the Tree Farm's 50-cent tree sale. Buy the first tree at regular price and get a second tree for only 50 cents. Choose from thousands of shade trees, flowering trees, evergreen trees, and more. Buy one 8-foot-tall number 7 continuous California sugar maple tree for $349.50 and get a second tree for 50 cents. That's 2 trees for only $350. Come see.
Take I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Hey, just so you know, I have to take off a little bit early today, and I have to lock up and everything. So I'll probably be leaving here at like 10 to 2.
Okay, you want me to put my headphones in there?
I gotta lock everything up, and I gotta shut this down.
How about if I leave at 1:30 because we're slow?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, okay.
Whatever you wanna do.
All right.
That's what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd. That's right, Dad. Been doing that my whole life and doing it. Folks, whether it's a first class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full service basic finish with some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time. Kitchen to grounds, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors, we have our work to fit your excitement. Call us and reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or grhi.com.
What if I told you your home could sell in days, even if your last agent couldn't sell it in months? I'm Marty Lenz, and that's just the kind of success I've seen from Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team with Keller Williams. They're experts in stepping in when other agents can't deliver. Jeremiah and Sonia experienced this firsthand after being on the market with another realtor for 49 days with no results. Their entire move to Texas to welcome 2 new grandchildren was on the line, and they were feeling desperate. After firing their agent, they turned to the Empower Home team, and Gay laid out a clear game plan, and after just 4 days on the market, Jeremiah and Sonia had an all-cash offer that was $5,000 over the asking price that would close in just 14 days. Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you.
Let's see.
Call my friend and realtor Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Online, gayhasthebuyers.com. Gayhasthebuyers.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. All right, so I'm going to talk about this thing I told you I would talk about, the Channel 7 story that I thought was incomplete and really was not, it wasn't inaccurate, nor was it, it was accurate. But here's the thing. The headlines, and by the way, this was done on the air as a broadcast report, but I'm reading from their broadcast report from Denver7.com. The headline says Colorado Springs residents protest paying $20,000 to their HOA for hail damage. And that's technically correct. But the Colorado Springs residents are the HOA. They are literally, they're not paying it to some HOA separate and apart from them. It says the amount owed was a loss assessment notice tied to a hailstorm that happened on August 1st. Residents were given a certain amount of time to pay the assessment. So they had to pay literally 20 grand. Why? Because of the deductible. The group of residents in Colorado is fighting back after their homeowners association. It's their homeowners association, for which they're part of, told them to pay $20,000 for damage from the hailstorm. The residents of Soaring Eagle Townhomes, located blah, 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 said they received the letter from an attorney on behalf of their HOA stating they have to pay this amount within a couple of months. And by the way, I'm paraphrasing some of this. The amount owed was the loss assessment tied to the hailstorm. The letter provided, it says, it read in part, the association insurance policy has an applicable deductible of $3,112,817. As permitted by the Declaration of Covenants, we basically can collect this from homeowners. The association has elected to assess the deductible. Okay, now, how else? Let me just add, I mean, yes, this is accurate, but it makes it sound like the big bad HOA is trying to make money on this insurance claim. This is literally going straight to the roofer. The roof costs a certain amount of money, and then there's going to be a deductible or lack of coverage. Whatever it is, it's going for the roof. It's not like, oh my God, how dare this HOA want money for their coffers. It's not for their coffers. The money is for a roof and you live there and you have to pay your share. There's nothing wrong with it. That you might be upset with it, but you're upset with yourself. Okay, if there are 100 homeowners or 200 homeowners or 300 homeowners, you all make up the HOA. I think there should be some kind of, at least a clause, or not a clause, but a paragraph or an explanation. Okay, it says here, we have about 1/3 of our members who are elderly and single family parents who won't be able to pay the difference. Well, guess what? Then they shouldn't own a condo, because if this was a house, they'd have to pay their deductible. The fact that you put all these homeowners together and the deductible is bigger doesn't make it any less valid. It's amazing to me. Channel 7 tried to make a story they did make a story about this, as if the HOA is doing something wrong, for God's sakes. The HOA is made up of those homeowners who are complaining. The board, the HOA board, just happens to be the unfortunate dupes that are in office at the time this happened. Let's just say there was no HOA at all. Let's say there's no HOA at all. And this happens to the complex. And there is a $3 million bill. You're not going to get the roof done unless you pay it. And if there are this many homeowners, you're going to divide it up. I mean, it's amazing to me how HOA members or people who belong to a condo or townhome association believe that the HOA is somehow separate and apart from them. It's not. It's not separate and apart from them. It is them. They are part of it. That bill is not owed to the HOA. It's owed to the roofer. It's the part that is not being covered by your insurance. It says here, it's a humane issue, right? We have people who literally cannot afford this and will lose their homes. It's not fair. Of course it's not fair, for God's sakes. And for Channel 7 to make it look like the HOA is taking advantage of these poor people is absolutely absurd. I would have done a stand-up in this story. I would have done something to explain, by the way, condo owners and townhome owners all over the area are facing the same dilemma. Insurance companies are not covering roofs the way they used to. Or had these people owned a home, they'd have the same problem. You know, the fact that we have elderly people who can't afford this and will lose their homes, I'm going to give it to you in dollars and cents perspective. If they can't afford to live there, they can't afford to live there. And yes, they will lose their home. They'll lose their home the same way if they didn't pay their mortgage. It's not the HOA's problem. It's not the HOA's problem. Insurance companies all over the state are denying full coverage for roofs. They have giant deductibles or no coverage at all. There are some condo associations right now that have no insurance for their roof. The insurance covers everything else but will not cover the roof because they've had such incredible losses. So if a hailstorm hits this condo building and it doesn't cover the roof, the insurance, the homeowners in the building will have to pay their share of the roof. And if you can't afford it, it would be the same thing as if you had a home and you couldn't afford it. You're gonna borrow it or you're gonna lose your house. Oh my God, it's just amazing. They're making the HOA out to be like a bad guy. It says here, while serving as the board president in the past of the HOA, this guy says, he said also had to handle insurance issues like tied to a hailstorm. Things were a little different back then, Dahmer said about his time serving as an HOA president. All homeowners would come together. We'd let them know what was going on and how much it was going to cost everybody. We kept everybody informed. You know what? If you have an insurance policy that doesn't cover your roof, you're going to have to come up with a scratch or you lose your home. What I'm trying to say is the HOA is doing nothing wrong. The HOA happens to be their unfortunate dupes. They're just a representative of the homeowners. The fact that the roof is not being paid for in full is not the HOA's fault. Now, and how would it have been different? What they could have done is sent out a letter. They could have done this. Dear homeowner, our insurance is no longer covering the roofs the way they used to. If we have our roofs destroyed, we're going to have to come up with X amount of dollars. And that's going to mean a very large assessment against you. The assessment is not like the board members are going to Tahiti. They're paying for the roof. And I'm telling you, all over the metro area right now, all over the state, there are people living in condos, and it's a time bomb. It's a time bomb. You will eventually have to pay a whole crap load of money for the roof because there's not one policy covering roofs the way they used to. Not one. Some of them have stopped coverage altogether of roofs. All I'm saying, the only thing I'm saying is that these homeowners all owe this money. And it's not the evil HOA trying to collect it. The whole tenor of the story is inaccurate. It's supposed to be done for the homeowner. If you read into this story, and I'm so tired of journalists, so-called journalists, doing stories and not telling the whole story. It should have read something like this. Due to the crackdown of insurance, or due to the lack of coverage of insurance coverage, homeowners in this community are facing giant bills for their roofs. It's not the HOA's problem. Take the HOA out of it. They would have still had to pay for their roof. If they owned a home, they would have still had to pay for their roof. It doesn't matter who's in charge at the time. They just happen to be holding office with the HOA, and they look like bad guys for trying to get 20 grand. Are they supposed to put it up out of their pocket? Look.
Break time.
there, and here's what's really funny is the pictures and the video from Channel 7 and also Channel 5 KOAA in the Springs. They're showing homeowners protesting. What are they protesting? What are you protesting? When you have an insurance policy that doesn't cover all of your roof, why would you protest against the HOA? What the hell? I mean, what can they do about it? Well, you better pay for this roof. You have the coverage that you pay for, right? The reason I'm emphasizing this is just the tip of the iceberg. I am telling you now that thousands and thousands of people will be caught with their pants down the next time the roof is destroyed by hail because the HOA won't have the money to pay the giant new deductibles that are out there. And in some cases, no roof coverage at all. And you can't blame the HOA for wanting everyone to chip in for the roof. It's not like it's their problem. They just happen to be elected to the board. Right now, this is a major crisis. In fact, you're crazy to own a condo or a townhome because you are at the whim of insurance companies. And as a result, you will, not if, you will have to come up with giant capital assessments soon.
Break.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Pounds south of town, I-25 northbound at the West Oak Hill Lane overpass. We've got a crash in the right lane with stop and go back from Haddon Canyon Road. Look at about 10 minutes of delays if you're heading into the metro area from the south end. Out west into the high country, we are seeing some normal pre-weekend slowdown.
Illegal assessments. They're not fucking illegal.
About a 20 to 30 minute
Stop illegal assessments.
With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Why is Hollywood and the media so obsessed with Richard Nixon? This week on Red Pilled America, we're broadcasting our 10-part series on the story of Richard Nixon's life and how his presidency gave rise to what is known today as the Deep State. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Okay, this weekend, actually, tomorrow, we're going to have a seminar. You can still sign up, mybiggestrureturn.com. It's all about Vestera Turnkey, how to be a landlord. Okay. And they're going to show you the Vestera way to be a landlord, where they tell you and show you and guide you on where to buy for the best upside potential on equity and where rents are strong, where the economy is strong. And once you identify a property, they help you manage it. They even take your daily phone calls. If you want to be part of this program, come on to the seminar tomorrow. Starts at 10 in the morning. To find out details, go to mybiggestrureturn.com, mybiggestrureturn.com. By the way, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney for auto accidents, and he will talk to you up front without you hiring him or his firm. If you call John Fuller and just ask your questions, he'll answer you. There is no obligation, and plenty of people have questions when they're in an accident. Who's going to pay? Are you sure? How much is it worth? Where do I go next? What do I do? What do I not do? How do I not lose my rights? By the way, when you ask these questions, he'll give you answers. If it's a good fit and you want a personal injury attorney to represent you, he will gladly do it on a percentage fee basis. And then you get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. Some people actually doubt that, but it's true. He gives you his actual cell phone, so you're always in the loop. 303-597-4500. Call John Fuller when you first have a sign of injury in an accident with no obligation. 303-597-4500. How much time do I have?
Top of the hour. You're good.
Oh, we're not coming back?
Nope.
Oh, damn it. Okay. I'm going to turn the mics on.
Cool.
So, you got it done eating?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Sure. Yeah, I got to cut it at like 2, or else I'll just not only 2 o'clock, 2 pieces.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, it's.
Hey, what's up? Okay, no. All right, stop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, top fluids. She needs a car. You know, she's just got to make do with that. There's no reason to even try a tranny. There's no reason to do any of that. Okay, all right. Yep, cool. Okay.
Are you talking to Isaiah there, Kevin?
Yep, sure was.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he
You're
puts
lucky
up
to-
with me and he does his job. I mean, no, you can't ask for more.
No, he's really a good employee.
Yeah, he is. Those headlights turn out all right, Bo?
Yeah, and I'm going to do a little kudos about it. Tom can bring me up on the air, but yeah, they're working.
Good.
Jesus, what a freaking project. 6 months.
You made it a project on the, the eBay stuff. That aftermarket stuff isn't worth it.
I know, you were right. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't buy the OEMs, Kevin.
No, I know. No, we found them. No. Yeah.
But it was dumb. I mean, I thought new ones would be better than junkyard ones.
Nope.
Nope.
Like I said, one of my guys used to work for me. His exercise is walking through the pull-and pays and taking headlights and taillights and stuff off, for sale on eBay.
Yeah, he does that full time.
I haven't spoken to him in a couple of years, but he used to do quite a bit. And it's hit and miss, but he's getting them for $25 a piece and selling them for $150, $200.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, clean them up, ship them out.
Yeah, just like the ones you found. Yeah, that's what he does. Because people don't want to spend $700 for new ones.
Kevin, General Motors wanted $1,600.
16? Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't think I would have paid that. I mean,
you could have bought another Blazer. Yeah.
I could have
took the headlights off it.
Right. Hey, what's this collision center you guys are talking about in Commerce City? Are they pretty reasonable?
Yeah, he's just a little independent, Manuel. Manuel's Auto Body. We've used him for years, and he does very, very good work, and he's reasonable. He'll ask you, do you want insurance quality? You want cheap? What do you want me to do? You want it show quality? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I want to get my kids 2001 Honda.
Lunch, and now you're taking off?
Free pizza.
Yeah.
For $3.
All right, have fun.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Tell Dimitri to get an
showed up
appointment.
for 45 minutes, ate pizza, now he's leaving.
Yeah, at least you're getting pizza.
Free pizza, yeah.
I have Orville Rickenbacker's popcorn, but there's no freaking microwave here in this station to heat it up.
I'm sure Shannon's got a microwave in his bag of tricks.
Yeah, in his suitcase he lugs around.
Let's go
His
gadget
wagon.
bag.
He's giving a class out in where the offices are and teaching people how to work that roadie machine. I think it's called a roadie. Did you guys get a calzone or a pizza?
No, anchovy pizza.
Anchovy pizza?
Yep.
Eeh.
It was
like
half,
ranch.
50-50.
Oh, okay. You're busy, aren't you, Kevin?
What, at the shop?
Yeah, because I saw a lot of cars.
Yeah, we
cars
were.
lined
Today
up.
today kind of quieted down. End of the month, it starts to get a little sketchy.
Okay.
Everybody's got rent coming up.
I'll remember that when I bring my daughter's Escape in to get those brakes done.
Sure.
End of the month is good.
Typically, yeah.
Good. Kevin, you don't have a second location, do you?
No.
Okay.
No, Dimitri told me he heard the ad this morning that said we did. So I got.
Yeah, Tom mentioned you had a location out on Havana and.
Well, that's an old ad that they reran that they shouldn't have.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of those. Oops.
Tom slipped.
No, I think that was a recorded ad. It wasn't a live.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, so it wasn't live because I didn't hear it here.
Okay.
But I don't think they're supposed to be even doing ads on Fridays if I'm here, you know.
Right.
So, just reason to talk to the rep. I haven't talked to her in a while, so.
Yeah, that's good.
So were you in the studio by yourself?
I'm in the studio by my lonesome, Kevin.
What, Doc doesn't even come in and keep you company? Nothing?
I haven't seen Doc all week.
Really?
I should have came over to Tom's house where
Yeah.
the food is.
Yeah, well, Dimitri wasn't here for the first 2 hours. Seriously, he was here all of like 35, 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah, he texted me saying he was going to be late. I came in at 11.
Well, he came in late and he just left. So.
Was he getting some tags for that new car of his?
I think that's where he's going, yeah.
Good sir.
Hey, you.
Yeah.
You got it wrong. They're both on a bye this week.
I know. It's next week. But I'll still wear something Huskers. I was all too excited.
Hey, if Adam can work his connections and get his tickets, I am open to a road trip. I'll pay for the gas.
He already called. The people that were there when he was playing have all retired.
Well, I believe that, but aren't there like derivative people that he still knows? Like successors?
Not really. I mean.
Well, I'd pay for the ticket too.
And he won't go. He doesn't want to go
All
up
right,
there
well,
in
he
the
changed his
current
mind.
condition that he's in right now. He doesn't want to go up and see all those people and have to.
Have him ask, well, what are you doing these
Yeah,
days?
exactly.
I get it.
Yeah.
He changed his mind though. I'm open to it. Just know that.
You've just taken the world's first audio pre-diabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because pre-diabetes can be reversed.
Giving Dimitri crap. It's nuts you to show up to eat pizza, buddy.
Well, he's got a DMV is a nightmare.
Yeah.
There's got to be an easier way, and there's not.
I've always made an appointment at DMV.
Jefferson County.
I guess you can. I guess you can only do that for driver's licenses.
No,
You do it for
Jefferson County, you
plates.
get an appointment and you go and you sit there for 2 minutes and they call your number and you're done.
But Kevin, Denver may be. I think he lives in Denver.
Denver may do it different. I know the state has appointments and Jeffco has appointments.
Yeah.
So, because I love the appointment setup. I don't, because you hate sitting around so long.
Well, that's stupid. I know it.
I go online, get an appointment, take you about 5-10 days to get in there, and you just go and
Yeah, and
you're in and
you
out
don't
in
wait.
20 minutes.
Kevin, you're right. I've never had to wait more than a few minutes with
Yep.
that appointment system. And
Well, that they don't even let people in if they don't have an appointment. So you can't even, fill the lobby up or anything. So
yeah, they don't let you loiter around.
nope, no, you don't have an appointment, you can't come in.
How long has Isaiah worked for you, Kevin?
About 7 years.
So is he a mechanic too, or just
No, not at all.
an order? Okay.
No, in fact, he worked for the dealer that used to be next to me there on Colfax, and he wanted a raise, and the guy said, no, go look for another job, and I hired him. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, he used to run the Aurora store.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Oh.
he started out over there. And as soon as he bought a house out there, I moved him to Lakewood, he says.
Yeah.
So now he has to go back and forth. No, he's a sharp kid, and he really cares about what he does, so that's the best part.
Oh.
Did I have something delivered today?
Ding, ding, ding.
It says it was delivered. Where the fuck was it delivered? They usually take a picture of it.
Doing it now
on the free iHeartRadio app.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Here to help you solve your problems, answer questions, take complaints. We love making your life easier if we can. Tony's got a comment on a hailstorm. I had made some comments about a story that Channel 7 did. What's funny is these homeowners are outside of their condo project where they live saying, stop. The signs say, stop illegal assessments.
Illegal assessments.
Illegal assessments. Now, here's the thing. I'm trying to explain this in really a very simple way. It's just shocking to me how many people believe that when they move into a condo or a townhome, let's just say condos, condominiumized housing, that the association is somehow apart from them. It is not. They are part of the association, and all of the expenses for the condo association, for the condos, must be shared among condo owners. The HOA is simply 3 or 4 people from the owners who do the administration work. They don't profit from this. It is such a stupid story when Channel 7 starts talking to these homeowners as if they're being ripped off by the HOA.
Do HOAs pay their members? I mean, if you work for the HOA, do you get paid, or is it
No, it's usually voluntary.
Sure,
To be on the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually
voluntary.
Here's the point I'm making. In a condo, you're responsible for your share of expenses, no matter what. It doesn't go into the pockets of the HOA. It doesn't go into anything but your expenses. Now, let me explain this. Insurance companies do not cover roofs like they used to. Sometimes the deductibles are into the millions. Sometimes there is no coverage at all for a hailstorm or for roof damage. That means that the condo association, they have to hire a roofer. The roofer comes in and does the roof. They want to be paid. So let's say the roofing bill is $3 million. No matter how you look at that, it has to be paid. And you're part of it. Now, if you say, well, I'm going to lose my home, I can't afford to pay it, well, then okay. Then you can't afford it. If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be living there. You should only live in houses you can afford. Because if this was your private residence, you would be faced with the same exact bill. Actually, it would be more. $20,000 for a roof is pretty cheap for a house. So these condo owners in the Springs were upset that they had to pay their share of roof damage. That's what it is. It's not the HOA's fault that they had to come up with $3 million. They can't find insurance to cover their roofs. Insurance companies are pulling out of condo coverage altogether, some of them. It is a bad time to be living in a condo or a townhome. A very bad time. Because you have to be ready to pay assessments. these assessments can be $5, $10, $15, $20,000. So someone texted me and said, what about loss assessment coverage? This is something that, again, is misunderstood. Loss assessment coverage is when you have an assessment you have to pay to the HOA, but it's only for covered insurance events. So let's say you do not have roof coverage because your insurance company refuses to cover the roof. Let's say as a result of that, there's a $3 or $4 million bill. Your lost assessment coverage won't cover you.
Wow.
Because there was no underlying insurance. It will only cover you to pay the deductible. So, and it only goes up to like $25,000. So if you had a deductible that was a lot of money and you were assessed a capital assessment that you had to pay, your loss assessment coverage would cover that part up to 25 grand. Only if there was underlying insurance. It will not help pay if you have no insurance. And many condos right now, you're living in a condo, you may not even know it. You don't have coverage for the roof. Many condos have no coverage for the roof. So when that roof is destroyed by hail or wind, it's going to be divided amongst the homeowners. And it could be a lot of money, a lot of money. But you can't blame the HOA. There's 3 or 4 people on the HOA. It's not like they're charging you this money. They have to pay it too. I mean, so when I saw that sign, stop, I would have gone up and said, what's illegal about this assessment exactly? The money is going to pay for the roof and you live here. So how is that illegal exactly? How is that illegal? You see, I know what Channel 7 did. They sent people out because people are bitching and moaning and they say, oh, we got a story.
Yep.
It's a story. But tell the whole story that all over Colorado, condos and townhomes are facing this dilemma. And even more homeowners are going to be hit with assessments in the future. And many, many, many people will lose their homes. It's not the HOA's problem. It's the fact that insurance companies are refusing to cover condos the way they used to because they took too many losses. And once you learn that, once you understand that, then it becomes an insurance problem. And you can't force insurance companies to cover a losing proposition. So again, to explain this to a broadcast journalist would be like teaching math to your dog. Tony, what is your comment?
Tom, I actually have a friend that lives down in those townhouses. The issue is their documentation for HOA said they are capped at $10,000.
Okay.
He has an insurance. His insurance will cover up to $10,000 in assessment.
Okay.
So his issue is now he's out an additional $10,700.
Right.
Because the HOA is going against their declarations.
Okay, Tony. Tony, I'm glad I have you on the phone. I'm glad I have you on the phone. So what you're saying is, according to the declaration, or according to their bylaws, they could only charge up to $10,000. Is that right?
Correct, and that's in Channel 7's story.
No, I know that. So here's what I want to ask you. If the roof is going to cost what it's going to cost, and it's going to take more than $10,000 each, then what are they supposed to do?
I agree with you there, Tom.
No, I'm asking you, Tony, even if the bylaws say, that the HOA members can't be assessed more than $10,000, let's say it does say that. Okay, so now I'm on an HOA board with 2 other people or 3 other people, and we see that our insurance will not cover the roof, and in order to pay for the roof, everyone will have to chip in 20 grand. But wait a minute, that's 10,000 more than the bylaws say. So is the roofer supposed to say, oh, then forget it. We won't charge you as much. We don't want to violate your bylaws. The roofer's not bound by the bylaws. The insurance company isn't bound by the bylaws. So now tell me this then. If you just happen to be an unfortunate dupe who is a president, a vice president, a secretary, or a treasurer of an HOA, and you inherited these bylaws, I'm asking you, Tony, if you were on the board and you knew that the roof was going to take $20,000 from each owner, but the bylaws only allowed you to collect 10, what would you do?
I agree with you, Tom.
Wait, there's nothing to agree with. There's nothing to agree with. There is no other answer. You either pay for the roof or the roof doesn't get done. So these homeowners go home saying, wow, we won that fight. Thank you, Channel 7, for bringing this up. We won that fight. We only have to pay 10 grand. But if each of them paid the 10 grand as allowed by the HOA or as dictated by the HOA, it's not like the roofer's going to discount the roof, or it's not like insurance is going to pay more than they said they would pay. You see, it doesn't matter what the bylaws say. I don't give a damn what your bylaws say. If the bylaws say you only have to pay 10 grand, I'm asking you, what happens then if something happens there and it takes more than 10 grand each? Who pays it? Who should pay it? The way the Channel 7 report and the way those homeowners are talking, it's like the HOA is some separate entity that can somehow come up with the extra money. It's not. It's ridiculous. So, Tony, I get what you're saying. The HOA board went against the bylaws, right? Can we agree?
But Tom, they didn't tell people that the insurance a couple of years ago would do that, or my friend would have bought higher insurance for the assessment.
Okay.
He went off the bylaws that said it's capped at $10,000.
Okay. Now that I can get, now that I can, hold on. If they were not properly informed, I'm going to ask you something, Tony. Your friend who did not know about this, did your friend attend meetings?
He just moved there about a year and a half ago.
Okay. Did he attend any meetings?
Yes, he has. Okay,
then it would have been discussed at a meeting.
And they didn't discuss the new insurance.
You see, here's what's funny what's funny to me is I'm not sticking up for this HOA. It really could be that they didn't inform their people. And you said he would have bought higher assessment coverage, but higher assessment coverage would mean a higher premium. And a lot of people don't want to pay a higher premium. And by the way, loss assessment coverage only goes up to $25,000. And that's only for an insurance loss. I don't know in this case, did they have any insurance on the roof? Was this just the deductible they were assessing for?
Yes. So he had an HO6 policy. He could have bought more, but his insurance agent said, you're only allowed to be charged $10,000 because it would only been a couple of dollars more a month.
Okay. Well, Tony, that's too bad, but it doesn't erase the fact that they can't. Okay. So they decide not to have the roof done. Then there's damage to the condos and to the structure. I mean, what I'm saying is don't live in a condo. What happens if you live at home and your roof is destroyed? I mean, the idea that they're accusing the HOA of violating the covenants or the bylaws is so stupid, because if there's 10 of you and you have to chip in $100 each to make $1,000, you have to chip in $100 each. If the laws say you only have to pay $50, who pays for the rest? It doesn't matter what the bylaws say. Now, I will say this. Perhaps they should have maybe informed the homeowners of this impending danger. because that's what it is. And everyone who lives in a condo and townhome right now, you better get to meetings and find out what assessment you're in for when the roof is destroyed, because it will be destroyed. What is your comment, John? Go ahead. What's your comment?
Thanks for taking my call. I've been listening almost 40 years to you.
Thank you.
My question is, you keep saying condos are bad, condos are bad. I'm getting ready to start looking to buy a condo. Do I just keep a heads up on the condition of the roof like I would a house?
It's more than that, John. What I'm saying is this. A lot of the condos out there right now, unless they're new, they have a lot of deferred maintenance. It's not just the roof, but the roof is one of the main issues, and you can't buy insurance to cover everything. What if the parking lots need to be repaved? What if the place has to be painted? Insurance doesn't cover that. And most HOAs
Do
keep...
all condos have HOAs?
What's that?
Do all condos have HOAs?
Well, you hope they do. Who else would manage it? I mean, how else would you manage it? You see, an HOA is nothing more than an association of owners. You're all living together. Right. If you're going to buy a condo, and the condo building needs to be painted, who's going to pay for it? The people who live there. You see, here's the problem. Condo associations try to keep the fees low. They try to keep them low so people don't bitch. When they keep the fees low and then they need to do something like paint or repave or redo a swimming pool or redo something, and insurance doesn't cover it, then they have to assess the owners. Then the owners bitch because they're being assessed. So they're either going to bitch because they're paying higher fees, or they're going to bitch because they're being assessed. And what I say is, these people should not own to begin with because they don't have the money to own. If you have a comment, I got to take a break. We've got more. Just wait. We got more coming up. I mean, what the... Are we? Don't you know what we're talking about? It's not like
get ready for
people
game
think
day
they can live there on somebody else's dime.
So even if he is right, VIP tailgate is 3 hours prior to kickoff
Now what?
before
You're
home
right.
games
No,
next
we
to a
don't pay
power
it?
field at the Mile High Monument. Bullseye Event Group Broncos VIP tailgate is open to all ages, features all-you-can-eat food stations by Food Network chef Aaron May, and a premium open bar for 3
Tell John
hours.
he can make a
Start
comment
Broncos
afterwards.
games off right with the Broncos
only a
VIP
couple bucks.
tailgate.
Wouldn't you
Tickets on
max
sale
out the
now at
coverage for your
bullseyeeventgroup.com.
Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. Now, most people won't need him, but some people do. For traffic problems, DUIs, maybe arguments with neighbors, who knows? Listen, whatever it is, don't ever try to represent yourself or don't try to shop last minute. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazara is a stand-up guy. He will present you with a good criminal defense at a flat rate price. He'll do free initial consultations and then flat rate pricing on everything. 303-429-6200. 429-6200.
The best deal in the West.
All right. He scared everyone off.
I did? Did they all hang up?
Yeah.
Because they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, Jay Bretz is on the line. He called in because he wants to give his 2 cents.
Good, okay. People just don't fucking understand that the HOA is them.
Yes. Plus, I mean, even if you want to sue the HOA, you're suing yourself.
It would be different if they were taking kickbacks or something.
Of course. Well, that's just criminal then, yeah.
If you put a car in reverse up on blocks, will it reverse the odometer?
No. I mean, the older cars probably would, but the way the gears are put together, they're not going to spin. Yeah. The older ones would, but there's no gears in the new ones. It's electronic.
Yeah. It must be much harder.
Depending on the car, you can there are programs, software programs, you can go in and reprogram photos.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan, whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance. CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com. Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell.
Where'd that question come from? Because that's
which
with
one?
all these reporting places, like Carfax and everything else. There's way too hard to get away with changing the parameters.
For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job.
That's one reason I like Carfax when you're looking for cars. We ran into quite a few of them where they changed the odometers out.
All summer, your AC has been running through your furnace, coating it with dirt, dust, and debris. The #1 killer of furnaces. Don't wait for costly breakdowns with the first cold snap. Get Fix It 24/7. An extreme clean, check and tune, just $39. The only ones who truly clean each and every part. Like a refurbishment for new customers, just $39. Protect your system and your wallet. Fix It 24/7. Hometown partners of the Broncos. Go to fixmyhome.com. Click book now. This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast. We've got some good sunshine today. Temperatures warming into the low 80s. A few afternoon clouds, and the weekend looking even nicer with temps in the upper 70s. I'm Fox 41 weather meteorologist Travis Michaels. I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. 3 times a week we do our podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We're nationwide. We have millions of listeners. We bring you behind the scenes, inside the White House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. So download Verdict with Ted Cruz now, wherever you get your podcast. This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to put this in very plain facts, things that I've actually seen over the years. So you get a homeowner's, I've done 14 subdivisions, okay? I haven't done condos, but I've done subdivisions. And I remember the meetings you would have, and people would say, I'm not going to pay that much money a month to be part of this HOA. So the HOA, in an effort to make people happy, they're established at a reasonable monthly payment. So let's say $30 a month, and there's 100 of you. Okay, I'm going to put this in really easy numbers. There's 100 of you, each paying $30 a month, because that's what you can tolerate. That's what you demand. You don't want to pay $60 a month. You don't want to pay $100 a month. You want to pay $30. Okay, so you pay $30 a month. That's $3,000 for the HOA in the coffers. At the end of a year, if there are no expenses, the HOA has $36,000. At the end of 3 years, you have $108,000. Let's say at the end of 3 years, there's a big storm, or you have to repave, or something that comes up, and you have to pay $200,000. That leaves you $92,000 short. That's if there are no other expenses, but I'm trying to make this really easy to understand. So now the HOA, in an effort to keep people happy and charge $30 a month, at the end of 3 years, they have a $200,000 expense, and they are short $92,000. Now divide that by the original 100, and guess what happens? They each now have to come up with with $920. And they're bitching up a storm saying, wait a minute, what is this 920 for? You don't have the right to collect that 920. So what do? Not repair the roof? Not repave the parking lot? Not paint? Do they just let it become dilapidated and then your investment goes down the drain? What exactly do they do? So if you take that $920 that homeowner doesn't want to pay and you backdate it for 3 years, it would have been an extra $25 a month. But remember, they didn't want to pay $55 a month. They only wanted to pay $30 a month. They got their wish. And now they don't want to pay the assessment. What I'm getting at is math never lies. Whether or not you like it or not, when you belong to a community of condos, you will be assessed or you will pay an outrageous monthly HOA. You're going to have it either way. So if your HOA fees are low, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. And then you're going to bitch about it and get Channel 7 to do a story. Jay Bretz is on the line. What did you want to say, Jay?
Tom, I've got one of these exact situations going on in Wyoming. Everybody claims they're broke. They need a new roof, and they don't have the money to do it. And then they bitch at me when the thing's leaking. But you're so on point about everything you're saying. But what I want you to tell the homeowners also how this relates to them is that roof, after it's 10 years old, most of the insurance companies are not paying replacement cost insurance anymore. It's actual cash value. So a lot of the individual homeowners are going to get a rude awakening when they get their next claim. And they find out the insurance company is not going to pay the whole thing.
What I find funny is where the one guy called and said, well, their bylaws say they can't be assessed more than 10 grand. Okay, then what? So let's say let's say you're in an HOA and it says you can't be assessed more than 10 grand, but the expense calls for 20 grand. What happens? Do you not get it done? And then your investment goes down the hill. This example I gave was a perfect example using smaller numbers that they paid $30 a month. They accumulated with no other expenses $108,000. If they had to pay out $200,000, which is minuscule for a 100-unit condo, so let's say they had to pay out $200,000, that leaves them short $92,000, which is in essence what they would have been paying. They would have been paying $55 a month to cover it. Again, you have people bitching about their monthly payment, and then you have them bitching about their assessments. You can't have it either way. Math is going to catch up with you one way or another. It's going to catch up with you. There's no free lunch, and these stupid people who live in condos and bitch about their monthly payment do not understand. You either pay it monthly or pay it all at once, but you're not going to get away without paying it. And if you can't afford it, somehow I'm supposed to feel something for people who can't afford it. It means you can't afford it. You shouldn't have been living there. If you can't afford to live somewhere, don't live there. Rent. That's right, because when someone scratches together enough money to get into a condo and they barely make their monthly premium, their monthly payments of gas and electric and HOA and everything else, that is probably too much for them. It's too much for them, and it's going to catch up. But to stand outside and call it illegal because my bylaws say I only have to pay 10 grand in assessments. So I want that roof done for 10 grand. That's the problem.
It's just not going to happen. And Tom, the thing you're not saying, like my deal in Wyoming, it's a flat roof, and there's all this damage happening inside, and it just makes it's compounding their problem. They're probably getting mold and other stuff.
Oh no, I know. Right now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. People are uneducated living in condos and townhomes. Unfortunately, it attracts people who can't afford a single family home, and they buy a condo as a lower cost alternative. But what they don't understand is it's going to take the same amount of money and upkeep for a condo as it will for a home. They just call it an assessment instead of, here's your plumbing bill, ma'am. Here's your roofing bill. If that person owned a home and had the roof done, Jay, how common would it have been for them to have a $20,000 deductible? They could very well, if you have a single family home nowadays, with the way policies are being written, you could very well be hit with $20,000 on a hailstorm. People need to know how much it costs to live places. And the sad fact is, some people shouldn't be living there. And I predict the price of condos and townhomes are going to hit the skids, really hit the skids. Jay, we've only seen the tip of the iceberg here. I mean, I really mean this. It is very expensive to live in a condo and a townhome. It's just that expense doesn't show itself right away. There's no such.
That's exactly right, Tom.
That's right.
And you know what happens? These HOAs, they're not managed properly, just like you laid out for everybody. And when one of these things happen, they don't have the money to deal with it.
That's right. They don't have the, and all the bylaws in the world doesn't mean a thing, you idiot. If the bylaw says you can only charge 10 grand to the owners, what happens when something costs 20 grand each? I mean, it's not like your bylaws mean anything. They don't mean anything. Does it mean that, well, with those homeowners, instead of paying the 20 grand, would those homeowners rather not have the roof fixed? Then what happens to their investment? It goes down the tubes. So here's what I tell people looking for condos and townhomes. You better look at that entire development. When you have a home inspector to look at the condo, that's just, again, the tip of the iceberg. They need to look at the parking lot. When will that parking lot need repaving? They need to look at a swimming pool. When will that need maintenance? They need to look at exterior painting and gutters and staircases, because guess what? Insurance doesn't pay for all that. All of that outside maintenance and all of the common areas are your responsibility as a single owner. Your responsibility. That's right. And so if you can't afford to pay it, then you need to move. So many people are buying these condos and townhomes. They're demanding low monthly HOA payments. It doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't get you anywhere. You know what? I belong to a condo association, the only one I ever belonged to that assessed properly. You won't. Do you know what do you think the monthly HOA was? What do you think it was? It was around $1,200 a month. It was a luxury townhome building. And guess what? That barely met all of the things that come up in the future. Because when they have a surplus, it goes for the next year in case they need to do the roof, or in case they need to do painting, or in case they need to do repaving. You need to look at this entire situation. Absolutely. Not just the condo you're buying, because you will be hit with assessments. More coming up. Is this the 30 break?
Yes, it is.
I'm fucked up. Then I'm going to have to come back and go right
This
to another
is
one.
Denver's top.
Pretty much.
Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Delays continue south of town through Castle Rock. I-25 northbound. A right lane crash at the West Oak Hill Lane overpass. Looks like a car off the road with tow crews on site. Does look like the car is all strapped up and ready to go. Still seeing that right lane blockage with stop and go back from Happy Canyon Road. Looking at about 10 minutes of delays. Otherwise, your typical drive throughout the Denver Metro this Friday. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Right now, get a price on the phone for your granite countertop or stone countertop of any kind. It can be man-made materials. They do it all, and they give prices on the phone because they love their deals, and you will too. Tear out and haul away is always free. You call them for a price. If you like the price, they'll come out and template and measure in one 15-minute, 20-minute visit, and then 3 weeks later, you have new countertops. You even have time for Thanksgiving. Give them a call, theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now, 303-386-5919.
Look, your
It was a weird day today.
That's VIOME.com. Promo code THRIVE to save $50. Have you heard about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation? You may be interested.
Well, the project I was wanting to accomplish was my driveway. I wanted to see if I could get something that looked halfway decent, that would last a while. We also had a side patio surface redone.
Garage, basements, patios, sidewalks, driveways, Galaxy will transform your surface in as little as 1 day.
The crew were very, very good, excellent. The end result was just super. It is non-slipable surface. I guess they say if you want to make sure you're not going to have any people slipping and sliding when it rains.
Commercial or residential, 4 times stronger than...
I want to talk to you about, if we don't have a call here, I want to talk to you about the used car checkout thing real quick. Just
GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We are out of this world.
Mandy Carl here with the Legal Minute from my friends at Bell & Pollock. Listen for more great advice on the Bell & Pollock Injury Show, Saturdays at 10 on KOA.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell of the law firm of Bell & Pollock. We are injury attorneys, and this is your Legal Minute. Let's talk about myths. Let's talk about myths in this business. You've been rear-ended. You've been injured. One myth is you think surely there's insurance. Surely that's what insurance is for. Some insurance companies are going to pay me. That's a myth. They're going to fight you. This is going to be a war. You need a strategy and a legal game plan to win the war.
and then Jay says, like they said, that Jay, they blame Jay for, how much you charge for that. It's like you're always going to pay the piper. It's with cars, deferred maintenance, the same things. People bitch. Well, okay, then what?
Get more information or help from Bell & Pollock at championsofthepeople.com.
I wonder what time my thing is today. Fuck. I forgot to look. God damn it. Oh, it's 3 p.m. Radiation again today.
Just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. Bring your MRI or your x-ray. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. They have clinics in Aurora, Superior, Highland Ranch, and Colorado Springs, so they're close to you. Your first consultation, that's free. So there's no reason to wait. Call 2 Cincinnatus today. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 2 Cincinnatus. 303-900-8986.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for T and Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money.
720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
By the way, DenverRegen.com does hair restoration. Somebody wanted to know that. It's DenverRegen.com. Along with everything else, they can do hair restoration with stem cells. I had it done. It actually works. And then Genesis. Somebody wants to know about mold. Genesis Total Exteriors is the one that we refer people to. They find the mold and eradicate it honestly, and they don't scare the hell out of you. Kevin, here's a text on your pre-buy inspection for used cars.
Yep.
What do you actually inspect?
Well, we start out with what we call electronic deep dive. We put scanners on and get into the modules and see if there's anything hiding there.
Okay,
You know,
so
maybe the transmission module's been reset yesterday.
Okay.
Well, there's a reason they reset
You look
it.
at the electronic readings and readouts. What else, though? What do you do?
Then we
for
do a
the car
bumper-to-bumper
itself?
safety.
A bumper-to-bumper safety
Check
inspection?
for accidents, check for oil leaks, check for suspension,
Do you do
brake.
compression checks?
No, we do that electronically anymore.
So electronically?
Electronically, you can tell with misfires if we have a compression issue.
Okay, so that's about 2 hours?
Yeah, yep.
And what's the most common problem you find?
Leaks in suspension, typically. And occasionally somebody's resetting modules. And again, like I said, there's a reason they reset it.
So if they reset them, that's a danger signal.
Yes, I would stop right there. I
Really?
can't tell you if the transmission.
They reset them. How does an owner reset them?
Easy. And any scanner can reset them.
So you buy a scanner and reset them so it doesn't show up?
Yep.
Can you tell if when they've been reset, or is it just recent?
You can see if it's been recent, yeah.
And can you see previous resets as well? Is there a history?
Not really on resets, no.
By the way, for that pre-buy inspection,
yeah, it's only $120.
It's $120. It's well worth it. It's you can always call Kevin at 303-455-7242, 455-7242. I got a quick turnaround. I got to do this. Come right back.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Delays continue south of town through Castle Rock. I-25 northbound. A right lane crash at the West Oak Hill Lane overpass. Looks like a car off the road with tow crews on site. Does look like the car is all strapped up and ready to go. Still seeing that right lane blockage with stop and go back from Happy Canyon Road. Looking about 10 minutes of delays. Otherwise, your typical drive throughout the Denver Metro this Friday. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Star Wars came to be and came to dominate pop culture. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
I want you to mark your calendar for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Go right now and sign up, mybigestreturn.com. I'll be there along with Barry Miller to describe the Vestera turnkey way of being a landlord. If you're interested in being a landlord in a hot market and have someone help you every step of the way, then go to the seminar tomorrow, mybigestreturn.com, mybigestreturn.com. John Fuller is the only personal injury expert for auto accidents that I know that will talk to you up front before you hire him with no obligation to hire him. If you have questions after an accident, John Fuller says, give me a call. And he means it. Ask to talk to John. You'll talk to an attorney about your case. If you like the way it is, if you like the answers, if you want to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, still no out of pocket. And you get his personal cell phone that you can call or text at any time. John Fuller. Start here, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. Are we going to be in closing music when we come out?
You have about 2 minutes.
Okay, good. We can still talk then.
With Remax Alliance, he is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative.
Alrighty, off to torture.
Good riddance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
920-1622, or get tips online at frankthorand.therealestateman.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220.
So you don't do a compression test, but if you have an indicate, how does
Electronically, the coils amp up and down for high and low compression, so you can
So
tell.
you can look at it.
You can look at coil readings.
And then you'll do it. Then will you do a follow up then?
If there's something that indicates an issue, then absolutely yes.
Huh.
But the car is very, very sensitive to misfires anymore. You know, you can pull up what they call a misfire counter on your scanner, and you can watch pending misfires, kind of triggering back and forth, and you can look into it. It's very, very simple electronically.
Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to sharpen your skills at Triple J Armory. With 2 convenient locations, Littleton and Colorado Springs, we've got everything you need. A state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, expert training classes, and one of Colorado's best firearms selections. Whether you're a first-time shooter or a seasoned pro, our team is here to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights with confidence. Triple J Armory, Littleton and Colorado Springs. 2 locations, 1 mission. To keep
Helps if you have your shit.
You're back. Oh, you're gone.
The new season of the NFL lives on iHeartRadio. Local stations bring you the action live. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
A strip sack, a wide recovery.
Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app.
Throws to the end zone. Caught in touchdown. Chargers.
It's NFL to die with.
Weekdays 2 to 4. It's Ryan Schuling.
Deborah Flora returns to join Christian Toto on the right side of Hollywood as we break down the impact of Jimmy Kimmel's return to ABC or lack thereof, and Gordon Chang on President Trump saving TikTok by executive order. Friday at 2 on 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino here with Kevin Kalkin. We have some text. So, Kevin, as far as the pre-buy checkout, the pre-buy checkout, do you also check to see if there's body work done on it?
Yes, absolutely. When we have it up, we look up under the panels and under the plastic, because cars have so many plastic shields on them you can't see. So, yeah, we get up in there.
Can you usually tell if there has been an accident?
Unless it's very, very good work, yes.
And it does, okay. And by the way, having an accident in and of itself doesn't mean...
No, it doesn't mean anything terrible.
If it was done according to ICAR standards, if it's done properly. Now, by the way, somebody was talking about movers, and I just wanted to tell you that the mover that you picked is a scam. You thought you were calling Mayflower. Here's the problem. A lot of websites put in keywords. Now, Google tries to stay on top of it, but it's not really that good at it. But they put in keywords like North American Van Lines or Grable or Mayflower or whatever. And what you end up getting are other movers that call you and they say, you called Mayflower, we're going to give you a bid. And they're not Mayflower. So they're masquerading as other retailers. Here's the way you do it. You must call directly the factory, not the factory, but the main office. For example, Mayflower, Call Mayflower USA. You call them directly, and it's mayflower.com. You go there and make sure that's who you're calling. And not just Mayflower, but any of the movers. Do not call places like Coastal Moving Services or people with just innocuous names. Like one said, the best moves something or other. Don't do that. What these guys are doing are gathering contracts and then selling them. So you may get calls from people you never called, because when you put your name in and inquire about a move, you're passed along to these people looking to rip people off. And I wouldn't even go to Yelp and go to the top 10 best companies. I'm telling you, there are so many fake reviews put up about movers. You have to be very careful. And the only safe way to do it, the only safe way, is to go to a national van lines, national ones that you know, and then talk to their local agents. And if you ever have any questions, you can call us directly and we will let you know. I'm serious. It's getting to be such a jungle out there. You don't even know if you're talking to the right company or not. But you can always call us at 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466 before you commit, and we'll be happy to give you free advice. Save all your problems for me.